Oh, I turn my power strip on. Well, yes. Let's see. Oh, I better get that up. What's his name?
What's going on?
I don't know what you mean when you
Mine says Mark also what's yours say. Good.
What this?
I'm gonna mute me.
Oh my gosh.
say.
Hello, Sherry.
This is torture. This is
And the
not
other people?
torture. Fine, I'll do it. Six. I'll help you sort out. No.
Hello, Sherry.
Hey, Mike.
Hi, Sherry.
I couldn't see who that was.
Mike and Yvonne.
I can't be on it.
Why?
Because I feel that sound of it.
Put your thing in.
I can't see anything.
All I have is individual pictures to the side and then welcome to the November 2021 meeting.
So Paul and Dwayne, if you can hear me, maybe we should come into the meeting. I hope everyone's okay with that.
I can hear, and I've just taken my phone off mute, so I'll go back on mute if you can hear me.
We can hear you, Dwayne.
Right.
Can you see me? This is Jane Holmes.
Jane,
I
yes.
can only see one person.
Of your screen, and it says view. And if you hover over that with your mouse,
We'll try to address that in the orientation. If you're only seeing one person or many, we'll look at a way you can change how many people you see at one time within reason.
Jane, many people don't have their video turned on. If that might be your question too. Maybe it's just me.
Well, if you turn off your own video, you can pretend like the lights are off where you are. Sorry, that was a joke. Never mind.
It's 1 o'clock.
Welcome to the meeting, everyone. We have gone to we're sharing a slideshow right now. So the participants' pictures have gotten smaller and are over to the side. Hopefully you can see our slideshow. We're going to have an orientation to the meeting because it is 10 a.m. in Auckland, and it must be 1 p.m. here in Tualatin, where we're hosting this meeting. So next slide, please. So we're going to look at some Zoom controls for participants in the meeting. So quickly, we'll look at how to seek recognition. So if you want to be recognized in order to speak, rather than simply unmuting, what we will do, as in a normal meeting, where we would raise our hand, or maybe we would walk to a microphone, we are going to use a procedure to seek recognition, raising our virtual hand. So if you want to find that toolbar that you can see on my screen or on the shared screen that says reactions, you may need to move your mouse and make sure you click onto the Zoom window. Move your mouse. If you do, you should look at the bottom and see a number of tabs. And if you click on that reactions tab, next slide, you'll see another panel comes up. And what you want to do is you want to use the raise hand button down there at the bottom. There are some other icons near the top. One is clapping hands, one is thumbs up, etc. If you use those icons, they only last for about 10 seconds. Raise hand will be perpetual until you lower it or we lower your hand. So that way we'll know that you want it to be recognized, because if several people want to be recognized, it may take us a few minutes to get to you, because we will take them in the order the hands are raised on the screen. Next slide. Some folks may not have a reactions button, and they may need to click on the more button, 3 dots, to find reactions. But I believe now most people will find the reactions and then the raise hand function, as I showed in the earlier slides. So once you've raised your hand and the moderator calls on you, and I see we have someone who's raised their hand. 1 second here. Next slide. You'll want to go and unmute. One way to unmute is, again, down on that taskbar at the bottom, find the mute unmute tab and click on the unmute button when the moderator calls upon you. So I recognize that Brad Kent has his hand up. Brad, did you want to unmute and ask a question, or are you just testing out that function? Because you're muted.
Just testing out the function.
All right.
But I wasn't able to get to that second level on the bar, but I guess I was, because you saw a hand raised. But I didn't get, all I had was that top line on the reactions bar, which was just full with a lot of little emojis. And I do not have any. It has a raised hand, but is that the one I would use for voting?
Well, we'll talk about voting here in a second. So,
okay.
So you won't need to use that for voting. Let's see. Next slide. Where are we? So if you want to make a motion, you can raise your hand and be recognized. It could help us. It would help us if you also go and find the chat feature on the bottom program bar. Click on chat. Next slide. A chat window will appear on the middle of your screen. It says where to type the message. Make sure it says everyone, or at least it says, yeah, everyone would be best. Sorry, we're getting some feedback here. And then hit send, or hit return on your keyboard. Next slide. Oh, right. So you want to type motion in the lower box, and you're not done until you hit enter on your keyboard. So that's how you can use chat. Next slide. As I said, after hit enter, the message moves up above where you can type, so that everybody, including your favorite stated clerk or your not so favorite stated clerk, can see it. Next. The next slide again. Is that it? Okay, we will, oops, let's back up to voting, sorry. Okay, we have this really annoying whining sound in here. Oh boy, we have a ground fault. Yeah, maybe override it. We have an alarm going off here. Fun times. That's not part of the Zoom orientation normally, so you did get a bonus today. We won't explain how to disable an alarm at your neighboring church. So voting, when it comes time to voting, we're going to display a poll. And what we'll do is we will say something like this. We will vote using the Zoom poll, which will appear on your screen shortly. The vote is on, and it'll be on a motion, right? Let's say it's to adopt the docket. Those in favor will select yes, and those opposed will select no. The stated clerk will now display the poll. When the moderator says that, I will display a poll, but I was able to a moment ago. This happens all the time. Sherry, can you log off and log in another way? Because I think we are logged in and we can't use our poll. We'll have to come back to voting. We will definitely do that before we take our first vote. We will go through that slowly. We'll make sure everyone has an opportunity to vote. Let's move on in the slideshow. So how many people do you want to see on Zoom? In the top right corner of your Zoom window or on your screen, there's a button that says View. If you click on that button, next slide. So often it will be in speaker view. So one square is larger than the other squares in that view. Sometimes we'll put you into speaker view simply by sharing one of our slides or one of our features, intentionally or unintentionally. If you want to get out of speaker view, next you would click on gallery view below. So now when we click on that below, you're in gallery view. So that's how you would change the view from speaker or gallery. Next slide. Questions. Let's see if we can use the raise hand feature if anyone has any questions. And if you can't find the raise hand question or you want me to go over that again, you can unmute. I see Jane Holmes.
Okay, I don't have gallery view. I have a view. It's not, I can't get full view. It says standard, side-by-side speaker, or side-by-side gallery.
I think if you go to well, if it says is there a way you can click on either side-by-side speaker or side-by-side gallery or change that? I'm not sure.
Yes, I can.
Does that change
I don't know which.
You don't know which one does what?
Yes, it did.
All right. Yeah, you might have to play with it.
It's gallery.
And part of the issue is when we're sharing the screen, you see a lot of smaller pictures, but I think if you change the view, you can change it to speaker view. Yes, you can. And side-by-side is there because we are sharing sharing our slide projection. So,
Okay.
Any other questions? I thought I saw another hand, but it disappeared. Okay. Oh, Judith Richards.
Oh, I'm getting this echoey kind of 2 or 3 words all bundled up together. Is that what everybody is experiencing? The sound is,
I don't believe so. I believe maybe your internet signal is having some difficulties now, but hopefully it will get better.
no,
No, it's not getting better.
that's a little better.
Let's see, Paula, did you have a question or comment?
Whole bunch of echoes, lots of echoes.
My question is, if I need to have a private moment, how do I turn the screen so I'm not looking at my picture?
Okay, and you probably don't want anyone else looking at your picture either if you want that
Right.
truly private moment. So, when we were suggesting you could go down and unmute or mute, next to that mute, unmute button is a button that yours, I'm guessing, says stop video right now.
Yes,
And
I see that.
If you click on stop video, you disappear like I just did, and then you can start video again and come back. So that's how you change whether you're invisible or visible in the meeting. Where'd she go? She's back.
Thank you.
Okay. Scott. I think you're muted.
There's also the way to slide the whole shared screen over to make the little pictures bigger, or slide it back to make the shared screen bigger, depending on your needs and who you want to see.
Thank you. That's helpful to know. Between the slideshow, the slide that says questions, and either the one bigger picture or the mini pictures, there should be a gray line with 2 little lines about halfway down. And if you put your mouse over it, you can move that, scroll it left or right to either make the slide bigger or make the slide smaller and have more. If it's a smaller slide, you can see more people in the meeting. Yeah. So thanks, Scott. Good tip. Apparently, I still have a feedback issue. Is that right? Everyone's nodding their head.
Yes,
Let me
it is.
let me check, make sure I'm. And it could be, as someone pointed out, that is that better? Okay, I just messed with my settings. It's back again. Oh boy. I'll try not to speak in the meeting then, and we'll try to keep everyone in our room muted. I think you're muted. You're muted. Interesting. I will mess with my my microphone and see if I can get rid of that sound. Sorry about that.
It's not the mute within the meeting so much as it is the speakers on the laptops picking each other up, and that's causing the feedback. So if everybody else just turns the sound off of their speakers and just have one in the room doing it, that will help.
Right. Well, we all have headphones on, so that's what's kind of, and we're like 15 feet apart, so I'm surprised. It's a low hum and intermittent, like a loose wire on a patch cord. That could be me. That sounds like my life. Well, we'll see if we can figure that out. I've had microphone problems before, and I think I can fix it when we're ready to go. We are nearing the time to start the meeting, so I'm gonna mute, and I'm gonna get ready to share my screens for something else. So hopefully we answered your question.
I have 1:15 on my watch. So I am going to call the 2021 November stated meeting of the Presbytery of the Cascades to order. My name is Vicki Brown and I'm your moderator. While we're gathered virtually from Oregon, Southern Washington, and beyond, this meeting is being hosted by Tualatin Presbyterian Church in Tualatin, Oregon. We acknowledge that we are hosting this Presbyterian meeting on the traditional land of the Atfalati, and we offer our gratitude to the elders, past and present, who have cared for the land through the generations. Let us worship God.
The grace and the peace of the Lord Jesus Christ be with you. I'm Pastor Ken Hood and Presbytery of the Cascades. I welcome you to Tualatin Presbyterian Church. We have never hosted Presbytery before, given our modest size, and I suspect that it is only in a pandemic like this that we have the pleasure of doing so. And I just want you all to know how welcome that you all are in this digital space, and that we have been praying for you, and we would always welcome your prayers for us. I have served Tualatin Presbyterian Church for gracious 18 years at this point, and one thing I can safely say about this place, we have a love for experimentation. We have a love for trying new things. We say around here that you can do anything once. You might not do it twice, but we have the freedom to try. We have the freedom to make mistakes and learn, and we have the freedom always to follow after wherever it is the Holy Spirit is calling us in her wild, wild voice. I would ask you now, all that you are carrying, come now with your joy. Come now with your grief. And know that the Holy One of Israel sees you, knows you, has named you, and in this space claims you. Bring all that you are. God can take it. We're going to be following the order for morning prayer in our Book of Common Worship, and I will open us in a call to prayer. O Lord, open my lips, and my mouth shall proclaim your praise. O Lord, shall proclaim your praise. O Lord, open my lips, and my mouth shall proclaim your praise. Whoever you are, wherever you are, let us worship God. One of the things that struck me about Tualatin the moment I stepped into this place is there is this beautiful Turkish alabaster font that sits at the entrance of the church as you enter it, reminding us to remember our baptism, this entrance rite into the church. And every time we say the prayer of confession on Sunday morning, we offer that prayer, and then I, or whoever the worship leader is for that morning, moves over to this font, picks up the waters, and pours it in. And we say these words, as far as the east is from the west, so far has God removed from us our guilt and our shame. I declare to you, in the person of Christ, our sins are forgiven. And this morning, for morning prayer, we have a baptismal prayer. Let us pray together. Let us give thanks to our redeeming God. We do give you thanks that through the gift of our baptism, you have clothed us in your grace and made us heirs of your promise. By the power of your Holy Spirit, set us free from all that we fear. Set us free from all that we fear, and let us live according to our faith. Through Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen. Before we read and hear the word proclaimed, let us pray for illumination. Gracious and holy God, may the words of my mouth and the meditation of all of our hearts gathered in your sight, wherever it is we are now, these be acceptable before you, you who are our rock and our Redeemer. Amen. This is a text you might have heard recently. It comes from the Gospel of Mark. It's from the 12th chapter. As he taught, as Jesus taught, he said, beware of the scribes who like to walk around in long robes and to be greeted with respect in the marketplaces and to have the best seats in the synagogues and places of honor at banquets. They devour widows' houses and for the sake of appearance say long prayers. They will receive the greater condemnation. He sat down opposite the treasury, watched the crowd putting money into the treasury. Many rich people put in large sums. A poor widow came and put in 2 small copper coins. They're worth about a penny. Then Jesus called his disciples and said to them, truly I tell you, this poor widow has put in more than all those who are contributing to the treasury, for all of them have contributed out of their abundance. But she, out of her poverty, has put in everything she had, all she has to live on. This is the word of God. Thanks be to God. So there's been a bit of famine in the scriptures in the last month or so. I don't know if you've noticed that. A couple of weeks ago, we were in the book of Ruth, and Naomi and Elimelech fled from Israel, becoming migrants, immigrants, straying to not just a foreign country, but an enemy country in Moab because of famine. And then after calamity and catastrophe struck their family, they had to go back to Israel because famine had hit Moab as well. You might have remembered in the First Kings passage from last week, Elijah, who criticized the powers that be and fell out of favor, was on the run. He was hungry, surviving only because he was fed by the ravens. And then he winds up in Sidon, not even really Israel, and he runs into this widow who has a tiny amount of flour, of meal left over, and her plans are to just turned this into a final meal for her and her son, and then she fully expected to die because of famine. And then there's this widow in the Gospel of Mark. It's a different kind of famine in the New Testament. It wasn't a famine proper. There was plenty of food around in the first century. The kind of famine that happens in the first century, it doesn't come from locusts or from lack of rain. It's human caused. The kind of famine that happens in Mark is human caused. They had plenty of money, plenty of food, but the tiny elite at the top wanted all of the things. They wanted all of the money. They wanted all of the resources. And then the mass majority who lived at the bottom had hardly anything at all, like this little old lady making her way to put her 2 tiny pennies, a pittance, really. And it was all that she had. It was a kind of famine, but human made. I've been thinking about famines more recently, in part because of what's happening in our own world. There is currently, some of you might know, a terrible famine gripping Ethiopia, the Tigray region in the mountainous north. And I only know about this because a couple of weeks ago, a man named David Beasley, he's the former governor of South Carolina, but now he is the head of the World Food Program, probably the most important person when it comes to poverty and to feeding the world's hungry in the world. David Beasley sent out a kind of a snarky tweet. He punked Elon Musk. Elon Musk apparently was celebrated as the world's richest person. Well done, Elon. And David Beasley was like slow clapping it. He's like, well done, sir. Oh, if you want to do something helpful, I'm paraphrasing here. There are 54 million people, Elon, who will die, and $6 billion could save their lives. There are 54 million people who will die from famine in Ethiopia, and a mere $6 billion could save their life. David Beasley is an adherent of a way of thinking that impacts every single one of us, especially in North America. David Beasley has been impacted by a way of thinking that says this: if you want to change the world, it takes this. It takes big people doing big, important things. If you want to change the world, you have to have big people, big, important people doing big, important things. And we believe this. Part of us believes this in North America. We love big things in America. We believe in shock and awe. We believe in banks that are too big to fail. We believe in bigness. We believe, a part of us believes, if there were just enough money we could throw at something, we could do whatever it is we want. We believe that big people doing big things is how the world changes. Jesus, on the other hand, does not seem to share our faith in these big people. Jesus today is in the temple, and he's hanging out at the treasury. It's kind of a weird scene, right? I mean, people are giving, they're making their offerings, and it's kind of a spectator sport, it turns out. Giving in the temple was something like a slam dunk contest, as far as I can tell, where people are going up and they're doing their kind of gymnastic moves, and they're dunking at the end on this hoop. And that seems to be what's happening. Is that it's a big to-do. Big people with big long robes are walking up to the treasury with their big gifts, and they are dunking these gifts down into the treasury box. And it's like the bigger the gift, the louder the sound and the more excited the crowds are, and people are like, ooh, and awe. And then in the midst of this parade of opulence, there's this annoying little woman. There's this annoying, slow, old little woman with, I'm just guessing, this is not in the text, like a beaded purse. That's what I'm imagining. She's got a beaded purse, maybe with a cat on it, I don't know, but she's got two tiny little nothing pennies in it. She's annoying. Can you imagine how the people there were feeling? I mean, they're all in line, they're there for the show, and here she is with a couple of pennies. I mean, just wait until it's over, right? Except for Jesus, the only person that Jesus has eyes for is this woman. The only person Jesus thinks is interesting at all out of this huge cast of giving characters is this woman. He gathers up the disciples and he says, look at this. And they're like, is he talking about the woman? Like, he's not talking about the woman, right? Jesus is like, yes, look at her. With this tiny gift that she has, it almost seems like a joke. Jesus says, she has put in more than anybody, because she's put in all that she has. Jesus does not believe in the creed that you and I follow. No, Jesus does not believe that change only comes, the kingdom only comes if big people do big things. I found myself in an odd position this week watching the tweet exchange between Elon Musk and David Beasley, because I was surprised to discover that Musk is closer to Jesus than David Beasley, head of the World Food Program. Musk responded almost immediately to Beasley, and I'll paraphrase him too, saying, oh, wow, 54 million people, you say, and $6 billion could just save this? Great. I'll write a check today. If you can show me that this is going to work, how this is supposed to work. Elon Musk, more than anybody else in the world, knows that while money can bring about many, many things, money cannot do just anything, and money certainly doesn't mean that you can do everything. I've been watching the philanthropy community chatter about this, and they're really mixed on Beasley's tweet. For one thing, philanthropy is generally a long, it's the long game. We want to create beautiful relationships, meaningful, trusting relationships with people over a long period of time. You don't do that by punking people over Twitter. And then the second piece, as people have brought up, Musk is right. It is not at all clear how $6 billion is going to magically solve the situation that's taken years to develop. I mean, what's the plan? I know, give the money to the government. Well, it's a civil war that's happening. The government is wanting to quell the uprising in the Tigray region. They're not going to take $6 billion and then go help and give that money to the very people that they are trying to put down. That's not going to work. Well, okay, maybe we could, put people on the ground, people with food and medicines. Again, it's a civil war, people are pointing out. You put people on the ground with food and medicines, and it's going to be taken by one side or the other, and maybe including the lives of the people bearing them. No, Elon knows, probably more than anyone else in the world, the limits of our belief that big people doing big things is how the world is always going to change. Sometimes when I hear this text of Jesus in the temple watching this widow preach, sometimes when I hear this, I'm sure I've preached this before too, we preach it as if it's just sort of a small moment in Christ's ministry that's not really connected to everything else. It's kind of a nice moment, like, oh, like he's there and he's paying attention to this woman who everyone else is ignoring. Oh, but it's not a cute moment. This is not a Hallmark moment, and it's not an anomaly in Christ's ministry. This is precisely how change happens. Jesus wants us to know. This is precisely how the kingdom comes about, in tiny ways, in small ways, in ways that are hidden to most of us unless we look really, really carefully. He preached about it all the time. He said the kingdom of God is like a woman kneading yeast into flour. Yeast, it's this tiny single-celled organism. You can't even see a yeasty. Yeah, they're so small you can't even see them. But when you knead them into that flour and you add the water and you're pushing on it and you wait, those yeasts begin to divide, right? Those yeasts begin to divide and multiply, and that carbon dioxide fills that bread, and you can push that bread down all you want, but you cannot keep it from rising. That, Jesus says, is how the kingdom comes, in these tiny, small acts that are so easy to overlook. That's how it spreads. He says it's like the mustard seed, this tiny little seed, smallest of all the seeds. Jesus says you plant it into the ground, and there in the dark, there in the hidden soil, there down deep under the soil, it begins to break apart. It begins to germinate, and a shoot grows and breaks up through the surface until it's one of the largest of the trees. Jesus says this is how change comes. It's in these small ways, these tiny ways, not in big people doing big, important things. And this is hard for us. It's hard for us. There's a part of us that kind of wants to believe in this creed of big people doing big things, because it lets us off the hook a little bit. You and me, we don't have 6 billion hanging around to send to Tigray. If you do, we could talk. No, we can't even imagine money like that. And when we think about the world's problems and how vast it is, we can feel so small and so humbled. When we think about our presbytery, this is my 20th year of ordination. It's my 18th year in this particular church. And I've been here for a while. Presbytery of the Cascades used to be a programmatic presbytery. We had camps. We had office 4 executive presbyters. I remember somebody telling me that nobody has 4 executive presbyters, and I thought, I don't know. We've seen a lot of change. We've seen a lot of change. The years have not been easy for us. We have lost quite a bit of capacity along the way, haven't we? And then COVID, the last couple of years, have been devastating for churches that were just maybe on the margin, just hanging in there. COVID has been so painful. You and I are so aware of how small and how humble we are. Sometimes it feels like our budgets are little more than a couple of leptoi, a couple of copper pennies in a purse. And yet Jesus invites you, Jesus invites me not to look at how small we are, but to look at how ripe the opportunity is around us if we are creative enough and have eyes to see. I remember, this is a few years back, but I can remember the pastor at Waldport, I believe she's moved on now. She gave a presentation at Presbytery meeting just like this. And they had 36 members in their church, I believe, at the time. 36 members. They had a feeding ministry. And they called it Feed and Read because they fed hungry families experiencing homelessness. And they studied this. They knew that children who struggled in reading dropped out of school and the cycle of poverty would perpetuate. And so they fed these people. They fed them, they got to know them, and they got books. They got books in, and they would read age-appropriate books for these families. And I read the grant that they sent into the presbytery. What they experienced is that over time, I mean, first they were just, those people, but they began to know one another. They began to keep tabs on one another, and they saw real changes happening in real people. There was a boy who had dropped out of school, but then because of this program, started attending and started working on his GED. And the pastor said that at first these were just, those people, the homeless people. But when they got to know each other, then her members started to wonder about when people didn't show up. They'd say, hey, where are they this week? What's going on with them? And they started to care. They started to build those bridges. That's tiny, isn't it? I mean, a 36-member church, feeding people, reading, just seems tiny. It's not tiny at all to me. I was sitting there, we were physically gathered at the time, watching this going, wow, 36 people came up with a ministry where they're feeding people and they're reading, they're connecting. Wow. And my own congregation that I serve, some of you know I lost my dad about 4 weeks ago now. And a person recently told me, what I remember most about your dad? The thing that I loved that he did. And I said, no, what did you love about this? And she reminded me of this memory. It was a few years back, and John was really good friends with the Reverend Dr. Dick Wiggers, if you know Dick. And we have a ministry here in Tualatin. It started at the Tualatin Schoolhouse Pantry, where we would feed people. And then Rolling Hills, our neighbor, has taken this over, and they are feeding an enormous number of people. But a few years ago, John and Dick, I don't even know what the conversation was, but they said, I wonder if there's something more we could do. I wonder if there's something more. And it was the holiday season, and they decided, what we could do? They were both photographers, and they're used to going out to places like Bend and taking these grand pictures, but they thought, what if we took our cameras and set up a backdrop, and what if we took family photos? Family photos for these men and women and families experiencing homelessness, so that we aren't just giving them a bag of food, but we are giving them a memory. We are giving them a portrait, a sense of human dignity. Maybe that seems like the smallest thing in the world to you. We have so many pictures, right? It's so easy with our phones. We're swimming in pictures. These people worked. Dick, the other morning, he said to me, Ken, I had done that before. I had taken these family photos before, but when I did it with your dad, he put on this little Santa hat, and we weren't just, putting them in line and taking pictures like an assembly line. He says, but John, when he brought his little teddy bear and his Santa hat, and he made a connection with these kids. He made a connection with these families. Presbytery of the Cascades, there's a lot of need right now, isn't there? There's a lot of need in your communities. There's a lot of need in our state, and it can feel overwhelming. Can feel overwhelming, and the pressures on our own presbytery, the challenges we've experienced, sometimes it can feel like those problems out there are too big and we are too small. Jesus invites us to reconsider that. Jesus invites us in this space and time to reconsider that. Change, the kingdom of God does not come about only because big people do big things. The kingdom of God comes about because normal, ordinary average Christians like you and like the people in the churches that you serve wake up and they decide no matter how big the need is, how hard it seems, they wake up and they roll their sleeves up and they peel their eyes and they look for small, tiny, beautiful moments that may not seem like much to someone else, but make a world of difference to the lives that they touch. I wonder, Presbytery, I wonder in the days ahead who it is that we might serve. Amen and amen.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace, so vast and yet so free. The Son of God, the righteous One, is crucified for me. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear! I first believed. Amazing grace, so vast and yet so free. The Son of God, the righteous One, is crucified for me. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come. Grace hath brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home, lead me home, lead me home. When we live there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we will the stars sing God's praise, and when we first begun. Amazing grace, how vast and yet so free. The Son of God, the righteous One, is crucified for
Friends, let us turn our hearts to God now in prayer. Let us pray. Eternal God, we praise you for your mighty love given in Christ's sacrifice on the cross and the new life that we have received by his resurrection. Especially, we thank you this day for ministries of teaching and pastoral care, for those who work to help and to heal. We thank you, God, for the sacrifices others have made for our benefit. None of us are standing here alone, Holy One. We give you thanks, God, for opportunities for our generous giving, and we give you thanks for the presence of Christ in our weakness and suffering. God of grace, let our concern for others reflect Christ's self-giving love, not just in our prayers, but in our practice. Today we pray, God, for the church in Latin America, for a right relationship between humans and the earth. We pray for those who are wounded or face death. We lift up, God, those who keep watch over the sick and who tend the dying. And we pray, God, for all who speak up and take action for what is right. Hear us now, O God, in this moment of silence, the names and the concerns we lift before you in our hearts. God, we lift all of these prayers into your keeping, those spoken and those kept inside. You who see inside in secret with keen eyes, hear us now, the prayer that Jesus taught us all to pray, saying, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Friends, like good stewards of the grace of God, let us serve one another now. And whatever gifts that we have received, let us carry forth. It is in the name of Jesus Christ that we pray all of these things, and all of God's people said, Amen.
Amen.
Presbytery of the Cascades, it is a pleasure to be with you in this form. May we seek God's guidance for the rest of this meeting, and may you know God's blessings wherever it is that you are doing ministry. God be with you.
I echo the sentiments in the chat. Many thanks to Tualatin Presbyterian Church and Ken Hood and all the musicians from the church for hosting this worship and this meeting. We need to take a little technical break at this time. So please, we will return as soon as we can. So before we move into the business of the meeting, we want to extend a warm welcome to any first-time commissioners attending this gathering. We are grateful for your service to your congregations and the presbytery. I now invite our advocate for congregations and clergy, Clark Scalera, to introduce new minister members of the presbytery.
Vicki, thank you so much. We are delighted. Since we last met, we have had 6 new minister members join our presbytery. And if they are here, I invite them to raise their hands. They pop up to the front and people can see them. These are the Reverend Jennifer Ackerman, who is serving at Fuller Seminary and is able to do that remotely. So she's living here within our bounds. Also, the Reverend Ainsley Herrick, who is now serving Phoenix Presbyterian Church. Also, the Reverend Beverly Hovenkamp, who is deeply invested at Central Point Presbyterian Church. The Reverend Elizabeth Smith Levitt, who is at Rose City Park Presbyterian Church. The Reverend Laurie Sponigal joins us as the new pastor at Emmanuel Presbyterian Church. And she also comes with her husband, Leonard, who is not yet joined as a member, but is on the cusp of joining as a member. So we will officially welcome him at our next presbytery meeting. And then also the Reverend Michelle Todd, who is a chaplain serving within our bounds. So to all of you, we are glad to have you as part of our presbytery, and welcome.
Thank you. Are there any leaders from other presbyteries or churches that we wish to seat as corresponding members who cannot vote but will be granted the privilege of speaking? Stated Clerk, are you aware of any?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am aware of several. We have the Reverend Nancy Vincent, Executive Presbyter of the Synod of the Pacific, who will be reporting soon, and Nancy is a member of the Presbytery of San Francisco. The Reverend Rob Hagan will be joining us later in the meeting. He's at a different Presbytery meeting right now. Rob is Ministry Relations Officer for the Presbyterian Foundation and a member of Northwest Coast Presbytery. We also have several Reverend Mark Smiths, but the Reverend Mark Smith is co-director of the Presbyterian Federal Chaplaincies, and he'll be joining us later in the meeting for a brief report.
Thank you. Are there any other persons present that the stated clerk has not announced that we should seat as corresponding members with voice but without vote? If you know of someone or you are someone, we'll ask you to use the raise hand feature to seek recognition. I don't see any. Stated clerk, do you see any?
I don't.
Okay. Is there anyone else we may seat? Okay. Stated clerk, will you please read those names once more?
Yes, Nancy Vincent, Rob Hagan, and Mark Smith.
Are there any, is there any objection to seating those named as corresponding members? If you wish to object, please unmute and say objection. There being no objection, they are seated. Our next item of business is to adopt the docket. If you wish to propose a change to the docket, please go to the reactions section at the bottom of your Zoom screen and choose the raise hand icon to seek recognition.
What's that?
Sharon.
1 second.
Oh, sorry, we have a issue about sharing the screen.
Sorry about that.
Okay, Sharon Hassenjager.
It was had to do with the consent agenda. Is that what we're doing? What we're doing now, or is that premature?
No, we're adopting the docket at this point.
Okay, then I'll be
We'll,
up next.
We'll wait for you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are you ready to vote? We vote using the Zoom poll, which will appear on your screen shortly. The vote is on the motion to adopt the docket. Those in favor will select yes, and those opposed will select no. The stated clerk will now display the screen. The poll will be closing soon. If you haven't already done so, click the submit button at the bottom of the poll. The poll is closed. So did everyone have an opportunity to vote? If you didn't, please use the raise hand feature and seek recognition. If you can't find the raised hand feature, please unmute and seek recognition. It appears that everybody had the opportunity to vote. That's great. The stated clerk will display the poll. Your poll may only show percentages. The stated clerk will declare the number of votes for and against the motion.
Moderator, there were 119 votes in the affirmative, no votes in the negative.
Okay, the affirmative has it. The motion is adopted and the docket has been set for the meeting. The next item of business is the consent agenda, which is found on page 2 of the background papers. The consent agenda is a way to quickly handle non-controversial business matters so that we can devote more time to other more complicated or controversial matters. If you believe any of the items listed on the consent agenda require debate or wish to vote against one or more items, you will want to remove that item or those items from the consent agenda so it can be taken up later in the meeting. Any item that is not removed from the consent agenda will be adopted. So if you see an item in the consent agenda that you would like to discuss or oppose, please go to the reactions section at the bottom of your Zoom screen and choose the raise hand icon to seek recognition. I will recognize you. Please unmute and speak to specify the item by number, and then mute your microphone again. The consent agenda takes 3 slides, and we're going to go 1 slide at a time. Does anyone wish to remove items 1, 2, or 3 from the consent agenda? Sharon?
Not 1, 2, or 3. I have to do with the trustees'
Okay.
motions.
Okay. Does anyone wish to remove item 4 or 5 from the consent agenda?
Yes, number 5.
Number 5. Okay. Does anyone wish to remove items 6 or 7 from the consent agenda?
It's number 6.
5 and 6?
Yes.
Okay. The remaining items on the consent agenda will be adopted in gross by unanimous consent. To object, please unmute and say objection. Without objection, the consent agenda minus items 5 and 6 is adopted. Yes, stated clerk.
Moderator, items 5 and 6 will be taken up during the report of the Board of Trustees.
All right. Thank you. We've reached the time for new business. New business means any motions that you wish the presbytery to take action on. Presbytery has a standing rule stating that ordinarily new business will be referred to committee unless 2/3 of the presbytery agrees to discuss it later during the meeting. If you've not entered your new business into the chat as a motion, this is now the time. I ask those of you using chat for our general edification to please refrain for a few minutes to allow for any new business to appear in the chat. Make sure you begin your new business with the words motion in all caps and paste or type it in now, please. Seeing no new business, if you're planning on introducing new business, please stop typing and please go to the reaction section at the bottom of the Zoom screen and choose the raised hand icon to seek recognition so we know whether to wait for any new business to appear. Okay, looks like we're good. The next item of business is the report of the Committee on Representation presented by Chair Sharon Hassenjager.
Now I'm back. So CORE is pleased to present a report from the first grantees from the Cross-Cultural Ministries Partnership grants that we established a while ago. And we should be getting a report from Chuck Dunn. So Paul, is that set up to go? Is Chuck here?
Moderator, Moderator, the report is set up to go. However, Chuck is not here yet. I think I told him to show up at 2:15. And so I wonder if we could take the report, we could, if there's no objection, suspend the rules and just move to the report of the Synod Executive, which I believe is next, and then come back immediately following that and hit the Committee on Representation report.
Agreed. So the next item on the docket is the report from our Synod Executive, the Reverend Nancy Vincent. Nancy, will you please unmute and give your report?
Hello. It's good to be with you, and it's good to see many familiar faces and faces that I look forward to meeting in person at some point. Some of you are probably aware that in late 2018, early 2019, Stockton Presbytery, a presbytery within our synod, became too small to be sustainable. So one of the first tasks that I did as the synod executive was to work with a task force to help Stockton to see what was the best solution. So staff and members from the surrounding presbyteries, as well as Stockton, as well as some at-large members, including 2 people that are on this call right now, came together for a task force. It was a very collaborative conversation. Part of the reason I'm telling you our process is because there's something else coming. And I just wanted to let you know, this process was very important to me as your new synod executive to model collaboration, cooperation. The goal was, I believe, you put good people around the table, you work to find solutions that will make everybody better vitality, more strength, and good solutions will come. So the solution was the Stockton churches. We spoke to each one of them, decided that they wanted to merge with Sacramento Presbytery to form a new presbytery, and there would be districts, land, geography in the southern part of Stockton that would go to San Joaquin Presbytery with some money so that San Joaquin could do some new church developments. COVID put a pause on many things in life, including that becoming official. So I wanted to let you know that this past summer, it did become official. The 2 merged presbyteries are now called North Central California Presbytery, and San Joaquin has officially received those territories and funding to develop new churches. In the meantime, I, along with one of our consultants and friend, Jim Kitchens, began friendly conversations with our 3 presbyteries just to the east of you, Eastern Oregon, Boise, and Kendall, about questions of, do you feel that this is sustainable? Do you feel that the structure that we have is vital? Do you feel like it's working for you? And through those conversations came the official request from Kendall Presbytery at our last Synod Assembly meeting in October, officially requesting that the Synod form a task force to look at vitality and sustainability for Kendall Presbytery, and to invite Boise Presbytery and Eastern Oregon Presbytery into that conversation. We did so. Boise Presbytery last Saturday at their presbytery meeting officially voted to be a part of that task force. And a request has been sent to Eastern Oregon. We're expecting them to join in that conversation. So what comes out of this task force is unknown. Maybe there'll be a merger, maybe there'll be shared staff, maybe there'll be some realignments of territory. But again, I want to hold up that this will be a very friendly conversation. This synod will not impose onto these presbyteries. We will work together to figure out how all parties will be nurtured best in whatever new arrangement comes. So that will begin in 2022, and I look forward to that work and reporting to you what some of the outcomes are from it. In addition to that, the Synod of the Pacific continues to do what it does well. It offers financial services in our savings and loans. We have impressive deposit rates. I know a number of you have noticed our deposit rates and have recently sent in some large deposits, which is great. We also have very competitive loans. And from that savings and loans, partly from the loans that we give out, partly from our investments, we produce grants. So I think one of the best things about being the Synod executive for this Synod is this Synod gives everybody money. And we like supporting churches and presbyteries. So for 2022, Cascades Presbytery, along with every other presbytery, will receive just under $45,000 to support your ministries. In addition to that, we have additional grants that churches and PCUSA organizations within our Synod can also apply for. We have emerging need grants, medical ministry grants, and opportunity grants. And all the information on the savings and loans, the financial services, and the grants can be found on our webpage, which I will put in the chat in a moment. And I will also give you my email address if you have questions. So I've just, dumped a lot of information. And I'm wondering if any of you have questions. You can write it in the chat or raise your hand and someone I'm sure will let you speak. I'm happy to respond, or at least attempt to respond to whatever you're curious about. Okay. It is a pleasure. I will continue in this meeting for about another hour, and then I have to go to some other things. But the Snake River Mission Area. Yeah, we're Joanne, we're very intentionally not calling it that because who knows what gets created out of this, right? We're not going back or moving forward. And Joanna and I are friends, so I can kid her a little bit. We're looking to see what God is doing in that neck of the woods. So thank you. All right.
Any other
Madam
questions?
Moderator.
Nancy, thank you so much for joining us and for your interesting report. Thanks. So we're going to
pleasure.
go back to COR.
Chuck is in the meeting, so we're ready to go.
All right.
Perfect. Paul, you're muted.
So Sharon, are you ready for the report from Chuck? Or did you want to introduce that again?
I can introduce it again. So just quickly, we're pleased that we have a report from our first ever grantee from the Cross Cultural Ministry Partnership grant. I hope that you all get inspired to do something with some people that you don't usually work with. And so if you do get inspired and want to apply for a similar grant, you can talk to the state clerk or to me. The application's on the website, the Presbytery website. The Committee on Representation is the decider. So if you want to apply, we try to get to you at our next meeting. So our meetings are the third Tuesday of the month. So I'm hoping to hear from you all. And so I'm expecting you to get some inspiration and joy from Chuck's report.
So folks from Eastwoods, I see several of you have joined the meeting. If you would like to unmute and give your report, let us know when we need to move slides. It's all yours.
Well, good afternoon, and just want to introduce the committee and Pastor Curtis Kimbrough. He's the pastor at Unity Family Church. Pastor, are you on the phone or on Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Great. And then his wife, Pastor Deborah Kimbrough, is also part of the committee. Pastor Deborah, are you with us?
She is not. She had another engagement.
Okay, thank you. And then one of his late people who's an awesome leader, Poda, is also part of the Unity team. Is Poda with us today? Great. And then we have two members from Eastwoods in addition to myself. I co-chair with Pastor Kimbrough. One is Peggy McNeese. Peggy, are you with us?
Yes, we're here, Chuck.
Great. And I assume Tom's with her too. Tom's her husband.
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you for having us. I'll move through the slides quickly. The first one is just the introduction. The second one is the grant update. Let's go to the next one, accomplishments. I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of kind of what we've done so far. We've held events, we've kept track of budget and participation. We've also tried to normalize our activities, meaning we're trying to make it a normal thing that we would advertise what each church is doing and invite the other church to participate. Sometimes they're sponsored where Eastwoods would have a lead. Tomorrow, there's a a cleanup party, and there's a lead for Eastwoods as well as a lead for Unity. And both congregations have been invited to come out and take care or participate in a sponsored event. That's a joint event. So that's an example of where we're trying to normalize it and make just regular announcements about upcoming activities. I'll move through the next few slides quickly. We have the t-shirts. That's been a great way to advertise. There's been some lessons learned on the costs and the quantities, and we've had to remain flexible. That's another lessons learned. Movies on the lawn. You know, again, it's trying to normalize an activity that's been going on for a while at Eastwoods and inviting Unity to participate. Just continuing on down, there was a summer camp that actually began right as the grant got underway. And so we weren't able to advertise it as a big joint event, but we were able to have joint participation and joint leadership throughout the event. What's cool about this is Pastor Kimbrough and his wife, and I think I'm glancing at slide number 9 right now. They have been putting on this summer camp for years. And so when they proposed kind of the budget of what they like to do, it included upgrading the basketball courts that we had on site, upgrading the picnic tables, and there was joint participation in putting those together. So again, it's an activity that led to upgrading and doing things jointly with both putting the materials together as well as putting on the event. And we had a small representation from Eastwoods, and then we had a great representation from Unity and the community, I should say, because their advertisement goes outside the community. I want to pause here. Pastor Kimbrough, I probably have missed a number of things. Is there anything you'd like to share as far as anything we've gone over so far?
It's just been great to partnership with the different events, and we work with indoors. Because of the COVID, we wanted to be outdoors, so we came up with the picnic tables and being outside, and then we were able to do several trips. We went to Mount St. Helens, went to Sandy, Oregon, the fishing, trout farm, bowling. You see all the different other things, round one in Vancouver, and then we had guest speakers, which was out of the community as well as out of the church. And so we were able to collaborate in those ways.
Thank you, sir. There was just now I'm looking at slide number 14, I believe. No, 15, summer carnival that was put on August 28th. And again, taking advantage of a normal event that Unity was hosting and invited Eastwoods to come join it. It worked out perfectly because due to COVID, our Vacation Bible School was canceled. So I hope you're getting the flavor for planning things when cancellations occur or things just intervene, adjusting accordingly and trying to make it a normalized joint activity that both congregations can participate in. I kind of want to pause for a moment and see if Tom or Peggy have any comments, anything so far that I've missed that you want to highlight?
No, Chuck, I think you're doing a great job. Continue.
Yeah, I sure love you guys. Labor of Love event, there's a picture, it's slide 18, and this makes me smile. There's another on slide 19 that shows how we gathered and put all the materials together. Let's see, Labor 20, or sorry, Labor of Love, slide 20, has pictures of the event itself. We tried to protect confidentiality of the houseless people in our community that we were serving. But this kind of gives you a flavor of people gathering together, lining up, wearing t-shirts. We were able to share messages. Pastor Kimbrough and myself both gave short messages. We prayed together, handed out things, and then obviously tried to mingle as much as folks were comfortable with. But it was amazing how many people wanted us to pray and wanted us to hear their story and engaged in telling us about themselves. Anything, Pastor Kimbrough, about the Labor of Love event? I know we have another one coming up on November 20th. Anything else you want to say about the Labor of Love?
just how smoothly it ran with the two churches doing this for the first time and showing the cross-cultural gathering. That was huge because out in the homeless communities, that's what you find. Usually people who are trying to survive, and we're taking the gospel to them and praying and talking to them. We had one young lady, which was Michelle there in the top left screen. She was on the street 5 years ago. And now she's one of the church administrator, and she wanted the secretary rather, and she's out there giving back to the people who where she was. She lived there, and she was able to tell them that, yeah, you could be out of this situation. And so it was just great.
I remember when she presented that testimony and all eyes were on her. People really heard that message. That was really, truly a wonderful moment. I'm now at slide 23 about the joint services. And again, in respect for Presbytery's time, I'm trying to move through it quickly. But basically, we've had leadership. Slide 23 shows our own Gwen. We just hired an interim pastor who's coming on shortly, but Gwen's been filling in, doing a lot of our preaching, and she led a message. And then she stepped aside and Pastor Kimbrough stepped up and led a message. And we had invitations out to both congregations. We had participation from both congregations. And it wasn't just the message, it was music, reading of scripture. The reading of scripture by one of the Unity family members was inspiring. Talk about the word becoming a living word was the way she read it was just wonderful. Any comments, Peggy, Tom, about feedback about the joint services we held?
I'll just say that attendance almost doubled. And whenever Pastor Curtis is there, I've noticed a huge blip in attendance. So thank you, Pastor Curtis.
That and we just seem to be more active, more interactive when Pastor Curtis comes in. And so that's really a neat thing to see when you've got a bunch of stodgy old Presbyterians sitting around.
Present company excluded. That
Yes,
was
of
not
course,
intended. I'm now at slide 25, and again, trying to rush through so we can respect your time. But this also shows where Pastor Curtis came and spoke and gave us service. He also gave communion. As I said, we don't have an interim pastor for another couple of weeks, and so it wasn't just his preaching or his leadership, but the way that he introduced communion and led communion, it was just absolutely wonderful. Pastor Curtis, any comments about your experience from the pulpit?
I just love the interaction, and you talking about we just love the shared our word with the body, and then also it was just good for us because we're now looking to have you all come out to our church service, and that's coming up, and even you will be speaking at our coming up Thursday night service, Chuck. So we're not just doing this just because this is something the grant has given us, but we feel like this is going to take us to the next level in ministry. So thank you, Presbytery, for just allowing to jumpstart us to do greater things. So thank you.
That actually is a great segue. Is the rest of the slides talk about upcoming events, talks about, there's a specific slide around lessons learned that I would point you to. It's slide 29. But from the committee, from our congregations, thank you so much for the grant. It's a jumpstart. We are being intentional about normalizing our activities and our announcements, our planning, as Pastor Curtis said, inviting each other to lead and to be a part of each other's services. And I know that I speak for the whole committee. I'm sure that we're honored to play a role in this. And if what we're doing is helpful to other churches at Presbytery, it's praise be to God. We're just thrilled to be a part of this. I don't want to conclude prematurely, but I also want to respect your time. Did I miss anything, Pastor Curtis or Tom or Peggy?
No, I think you got it.
Pastor Curtis, anything?
No, I think you covered it well.
All right, thank you. And Presbytery, any questions before we conclude our part of the presentation?
Well, I want to thank them for being such a godsend first set of grantees. I think they've really set a wonderful example for how we can do ministry together.
Agreed. Thank you. Very interesting report. Anything else from COR?
I don't think so, unless somebody has questions or comments.
Thank you very much. So we are right on time, and the next item of business is to elect commissioners to the 225th General Assembly, which takes place in June and July of 2022. We begin with a report of the nominating committee presented by Chair Dave Smith.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. The nominating committee was given the task of finding nominees for 2 ruling elder commissioners and 2 minister commissioners to the 225th General Assembly to be held next summer. We received 2 ruling elder commissioner applications and 2 minister commissioner applications. The committee reviewed these applications and finds that all 4 applicants are qualified. The Presbytery of the Cascades is able to elect 2 ruling elders and 2 ministers, and since the committee received 2 ruling elder and 2 minister applications, the committee places all 4 names into nomination. In the background papers, you can read about the candidates and their perceptions of the most important issues facing our church. We will begin with the nominations for ruling elder commissioners. The nominating committee places into nomination ruling elders Lucy Foster and Paul Lewis.
Thank you, Dave. We'll first take those nominations and vote on the ruling elder commissioners, and then after we finish that election, we'll nominate the minister commissioners and hold a separate election. So nominations from the floor for ruling elder commissioners are now in order. If you wish to nominate someone, please go to the reactions section at the bottom of your Zoom screen and choose the raise hand icon to seek recognition. Are there any nominations beyond the 2 we currently have? There being none seeking recognition, nominations are closed for ruling elder commissioners to the General Assembly. We will vote on ruling elder commissioners using the Zoom poll, which will appear on your screen shortly. The vote is to select commissioners to the 225th General Assembly. You may vote for up to 2 ruling elders. In other words, when you see the poll, you can vote for 2 candidates or 1 candidate or no candidates. It's your choice. The stated clerk will now display the poll to the screen. The poll will be closing soon. If you haven't already done so, click the submit button on the bottom of the poll. The poll is closed. The stated clerk will display the poll and declare the number of votes for each candidate.
Moderator, there were 126 votes cast with 64 votes necessary for election. Lucy Foster received 125 votes. Paul Lewis received 124 votes.
Okay. So Lucy and Paul received a majority of votes and are elected as ruling elder commissioners to the 225th General Assembly. Dave, you may now place the names of the nominating committee's minister commissioner nominees into nomination.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The nominating committee now places the names of Patricia Berger and Brett Webb Mitchell into nomination.
Thank you, Dave. We now take the nominations from the floor and vote, and then we'll vote on minister commissioners. Nominations from the floor for minister commissioners are now in order. If you wish to nominate someone, please go to the reactions section at the bottom of your Zoom screen and choose the raise hand icon to seek recognition. Are there any other nominations? There being no one seeking recognition, nominations are closed for minister commissioners to the General Assembly. We'll vote on minister commissioners to the General Assembly using the Zoom poll, which will appear on your screen shortly. The vote is to select minister commissioners for the 225th General Assembly. You may vote for up to 2 ministers. In other words, you may vote for 2 or 1 or none. It's your choice. The stated clerk will now display the poll to the screen. The poll will be closing shortly. If you've not already done so, please click the submit button at the bottom of the poll. The poll is closed. So I've been voting myself, so I'm trying to pace this, but if you're having issues with voting, please let us know. The stated clerk will display the poll and declare the number of votes for each candidate.
Moderator, there were 130 votes cast, with 66 votes necessary for election. Patricia Berger received 127 votes. Brett Webb Mitchell received 112 votes.
All right, Patricia and Brett received a majority of votes and are elected as minister commissioners to the 225th General Assembly. Close that, all right. Congratulations to Pat Berger, Brett Webb Mitchell, Lucy Foster, and Paul Lewis on your election. The stated clerk will be in touch in the next month to provide you with the next steps in registering for the General Assembly. It's wonderful. Then we're doing okay. Okay. The next item of business is the report of the Board of Trustees given by Chair Jeff Sievert. Jeff, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thanks.
According to the according to the Book of Order, the Board of Trustees are to see that the property of the Presbyterian Church USA, of its councils and entities, and of its congregations is a tool for the accomplishment of the mission of Jesus Christ in the world. That's what we try to do on behalf of the Presbytery of the Cascades. That there are some things about that that are very obvious and relatively straightforward, and there are things about that that are quite complicated. And in these days, it gets even more complicateder and complicateder. But you have good people on your Board of Trustees, and some of whom are very especially knowledgeable about various aspects of property, real estate, and finance. So you're blessed with a really good group of people. There are a number of things coming before the Presbytery today, and you'll see them in the material that was sent. I'm not showing a reference number here for pages. And you'll see that you'll notice that there are a number of things that were removed from the consent agenda. So the first item is to authorize the session of the Emmanuel Presbyterian Church of West Lynn to transfer ownership of the portion of the property about a portion of the property that the Oregon Department of Transportation is wanting to acquire for a permanent right-of-way improvements to the Oregon Department of Transportation. On behalf of trustees, I move it.
Comes from a committee, it doesn't require a second. Sharon, you have a question or statement?
That's my church, and I'm glad you're working on this. My question was, are you also authorizing by implication the session to determine whatever compensation is going to be appropriate?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that. That was my only question.
Did you have a legislature?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or discussion about this motion? Okay, are we ready to vote? This is the one that was pulled from the consent agenda. Okay. So the motion from the trustees is to authorize the session of the Emmanuel Presbyterian Church, West Lynn, Oregon, to transfer ownership to the Oregon Department of Transportation, the portion of the property that the Oregon Department of Transportation seeks to acquire for right-of-way improvements. If you are in favor of this motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to this motion, you will vote no. The stated clerk will display a poll, please. The poll will soon be closing. If you've not done so, please press the submit button at the bottom of the poll. The poll is now closed. The stated clerk will please display the results. Okay, and the numbers. The majority has it and the motion is adopted. The next motion from the trustees
is to approve transfer of title to the real property used by the Manuka Retreat and Conference Center from First Presbyterian Church, Portland, to the newly formed Manuka Corporation. That's a very short title to a very complicated transfer. And on behalf of trustees, we move it.
Thank you. Sharon, I see your hand up.
I'll be done after this. I just wanted to confirm that even though it's transferred to this new corporation, that it's still held in trust for the denomination?
I believe that is correct.
Okay, as long as we clarify that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments about this? Yes, Barbara.
There we go. I wonder if you could tell us briefly, and this may be impossible, what would be the continuing relationship between the First Pres and the corporation?
The Manuka forms a corporation, and Paul may have to help me with the terms here, of which First Presbyterian Church is the only member. Can you clarify that? Do I have that about right? Corporation is not quite the right word. They form.
Yes. So Jeff, you are right. They are forming a corporation that is separate from First Presbyterian Church, Portland. However, the sole member of the corporation is First Presbyterian Church of Portland.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Wasn't sure I had the words right.
Okay, thank you. I don't really understand, but it sounds good.
Josh. Josh, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My question is forming the corporation, does it now mean that it is under the purview of a for-profit institution?
Is there someone who can answer that? Yes, Paul.
The Manuka Retreat and Conference Center is a nonprofit corporation.
Thank you.
Paul.
Yes.
Paul Lewis.
Is the purpose of this transfer largely to remove First Pres Portland from liability for events at the center?
There were several purposes listed in the papers. In the chat, there's an answer from Zane. And Jeff, do you have further details?
The move comes from a number of places, and I see that Richard Lee has
Okay.
up, and he can speak very well to this. I will just say, so that you can hear it from someone not from First, that Manuka has been involved for a number of years now in kind of mission analysis, trying to figure out what makes the best way forward for them and for First Church. And they were greatly helped by a consultant several years ago who further advised them on this and strongly recommended this, again, for the sake of both institutions' continued functionality. In many ways, it allows Manuka to function as an independent retreat center to a greater degree, to live more fully in that world. So that's a little bit of what I understand of it from where I sit. But Richard Lee can speak more fully.
And here he is. Thank you.
Sure. I could probably go on about this for hours, but I'll try not to and be very quick. First Presbyterian Church had a group that was formed to focus on the issues between sort of the Manuka Retreat and Conference Center and, the basic church downtown. We've been working on this for really years. There are three reasons that we are doing this. One is good old-fashioned risk management, potential legal liability to help protect both parts of it. And that is the separation of the property is a key component, part of that. The second reason is to enhance fundraising for both entities as they separate, because they're somewhat limited when they're connected. And third, we've been told by many people who do this that this will allow, the mix of the two sometimes means we focus on things that we're not experts in, so that the church can focus on being a church, Manuka can focus on being a retreat and conference center. The corporation that has been formed, maybe one minor correction, this transfer will not take place until the new corporation receives its 501c3 designation from the Fed, so that it will be ensured that it will not be a for-profit entity, but will be a nonprofit entity. The purpose of it from the bylaws and the articles of incorporation are to continue to operate as a retreat and conference center to relate to the Presbyterian Church USA, its congregations, and the broader community by providing Christian hospitality opportunities for learning, spiritual reflection, and renewal. So in many respects, it's going to continue to do what it does. But that's, again, I promise not to talk your ear off. Hope I didn't do it already, but that's the gist of things. Oh, and I mean, the other part of it is that First Presbyterian Church, sort of think of it as maybe a corporation with a sole shareholder. That's not quite right, but it's pretty gosh darn close. First Presbyterian Church will be the sole shareholder. And it will continue to operate as a retreat and conference center. If it tried to change from that, the property would revert back to First Presbyterian Church. Neither Spencer nor I will be able to turn it into a casino or anything. I'm happy to answer any questions folks have.
Thank you. Other questions or comments before we vote? All right. The motion from the trustees is to approve transfer of title to the real property used by the Manuka Retreat and Conference Center from First Presbyterian Church, Portland, Oregon, to the newly formed Manuka Retreat and Conference Center Corporation. If you are in favor of this motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed, please vote no. The stated clerk will display the poll. If you have not done so, please use the submit button at the bottom of the poll to record your vote. The poll is now closed. The stated clerk will display the results of the poll and the numbers.
Moderator, there were 133 in the affirmative and 2 in the negative.
So the majority have voted in the affirmative and the motion is adopted. So is there another motion in your report, Jeff, or another portion?
Yes, the third and final is to amend the vacant property policy paragraph titled Guidelines for Disposal of Real Property as follows, and you'll see what has been changed there. It's a little bit hard to tell in the slide. There are a number of things crossed out, and then about the bottom 2/3 is a bold material that is being added. So the part that's the same is that it shall generally be the policy of the Presbytery of the Cascades that when a vacant church property is disposed of after all debts secured by the property are liquidated, and then here's where we change, 25% of the net proceeds shall be reserved for new ministry development, 10% for the Barnabas Fund, 10% for the Vitality Fund, and then added 5% for the Technology Grant Fund and 50% for unrestricted program reserves. The Board of Trustees may draw from the unrestricted program reserves to resupply the needs of the 4 recipients. The allocation percentages will be reviewed by the Board of Trustees and adjusted, if needed, annually. On behalf of trustees, I so move the change.
Thank you. Are there questions about this motion? Eric.
Hello, thank you. Eric Clark, teaching elder. I was part of the committee that created the vacant properties policy proposal about 3 years ago. And as I read this amendment, it reads to me as less of an amendment and more of a total reversal of the initial policy, because the initial policy's rationale was to ensure that the sale of real property in the presbytery didn't become an engine for the maintenance of everyday expenses and business in the property, because we saw that as likely to lead to like a cannibalism of the presbyteries consuming its resources for maintenance purposes. So I would love to hear some explanation and rationale behind this and some ways that we're going to ensure that this proposal doesn't just amount to the presbytery essentially creating an incentive for our administration to sell property in order to maintain existing staffing.
I can say some things. Thank you, Eric. I can say some things initially, and then there are others who can probably speak to it as well. I understand that, and I can see why it might come across that way. It does represent a certain amount of a shift, but I think it's a shift that is part of our overall transition to sustainability for the presbytery as well as innovation. And so The Presbytery has been involved for several years now in a long-range sustainability project that got sidelined by the pandemic. Part of that process has been to determine what is sustainable in terms of the use of reserves and the drawdown level on that, as well as what congregations are able and willing to continue to contribute to partnership giving. And that process was set to involve ongoing conversations with congregations and small groups, that kind of thing. So that got waylaid by the pandemic. And in the meantime, the strategic planning team was constituted and set to work to begin to more clearly define who we are as a presbytery and what kinds of structures we need to be able to move forward in the way that we feel God is leading us at this point. This action is still maintains funding for new ministries, as well as the other grants that are so important to vital congregations that are already in existence, and working faithfully to meet the needs that come up in their communities of faith. But yes, it moves some of the proceeds to program reserves so that we can continue to support these other things that are part of who we are now as we figure out who we're going to be. So that's kind of my take on it. And I know that others can speak more fully about the technical aspects of it.
Okay, Craig, thank you.
Yeah, Craig Butler, treasurer. I would like to speak about the technical aspects of it. I think Presbytery needs to remember building sales are rare. They happen only 3 or 4 years. And I'd like to read out the list of things that we have funded out of unrestricted program reserves over the last 3 years. The fatality funds have been refreshed each of the last 3 years out of unrestricted program reserves. Barnabas has in 2021 and will again in 2022. The Committee on Representation Funds, the project we just heard about, ultimately came out of unrestricted program reserves. A half of the COVID challenge grants that were shared with New Ministries team came out of unrestricted program reserves, as did our restart of youth triennium. The technology fund account doesn't come out of unrestricted program reserves. It came out for the last 3 years out of administration, unrestricted reserves. But in the budget, we're about to talk about technologies moving onto the program site. So it's a long list. And the point is, we sit here today with a policy that never refreshes the unrestricted program reserves. And if we don't do that, change it so that we can, we will restrict ourselves from meeting unknown challenges in the future. And that's part of the logic behind this too. It is not to take funding away from New Ministries or Barnabas or Vitality. It's to be able to help any of them that become, when their funds are depleted, and to give us flexibility to react to future events.
Thank you, Craig. Greg Neal.
Thanks, moderator. I'm going to be voting no on this vacant properties policy. I appreciate our Clark's conversation about this being just a 3-year policy that we're already changing. I'm fine with the nimbleness of the presbytery. I'm really concerned about the lack of strategic planning with information regarding the unrestricted program reserves. What I see is what Craig just answered beautifully. It responds to needs that come up, but it doesn't respond to our plan. It doesn't respond to what's in the best interest of the presbytery. So I'm going to be voting no, believing that if I have seen in another presbytery within this synod who all of a sudden had sold 2 properties, had $17 million. Now we're not going to be like that at all. Obviously, I'm talking about San Francisco Presbytery. But I think that the trustees owe us more information and a better plan. than just to say, well, we'll use it as we need it based on needs. Thank you.
Josh Dunham.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As the chair of the strategic planning team, part of me would like to be able to breathe into a little bit of this work that the trustees are doing here, but I don't feel comfortable doing that at this time because we have not been able to discuss this proposal, this trustees proposal as a team yet, and come to a consensus. It was news that came to me through the new ministries team that this was coming before the Presbytery just a couple of weeks ago. So from a standpoint of the strategic planning team, who will be making a presentation right after this with our latest draft of the new mission and vision program statements, I would propose that we either refer this back to the trustees in consultation with the strategic planning team, or table the vote on this proposal until the spring meeting when the strategic planning team has more time to wrestle with this proposal by trustees. So that's coming from me as the chair of SPT.
Right. Thank you. Lauren?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just want to say this has been discussed in Presbytery Leadership Commission, and it has been discussed in relationship to the strategic plan as well. And one of the things that I think is being lost here is that a variety of things that are going into the strategic plan are unknown to us yet as to how they're going to evolve. And Craig has aptly explained to us that we've been responding to innovation in this presbytery with unrestricted program reserves. And that's unsustainable. We can't do that. And so one of the things that has to be done is there has to be a replenishment of those unrestricted program reserves in order for this presbytery to meet its responsibilities as they unfold with the strategic plan. If we dedicate too much of the money to specific areas of ministry, that's going to limit how the presbytery can evolve. And since we don't know exactly all of the ways that it's going to evolve, we need to keep the unrestricted program reserves supplied so that the presbytery can move. And that's all I need to say to that, I think.
Pardon? Oh, Scott.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for recognizing. How do I lower my hand? There we go. I was curious if this particular disbursement percentages that will be adjusted annually by the trustees, if my information is correct, if other groups that have a high stake need to know would be a part then of the trustees to help prepare any adjustments that might be made. For example, the strategic planning or new ministries teams, would they then have an in to be part of the trustees planning of this?
There's someone to speak to that question?
I'm unclear on the process myself. I mean, normally when these kinds of decisions are being made, stakeholders are consulted one way or another. We haven't done this yet. This is new, so I'm not exactly sure how this will happen.
Thank you. Other questions or comments before we vote? Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah Sanderson Dowdy, teaching out there from St. Andrews and chair of the communications and technology team, member of SPT, wearing various hats. I understand the concerns, but my experience as the chair of the committee that's been administering technology grants is that we keep getting our funds refreshed, because the need is perpetual. And that pot is not bottomless, and it's been very vague where the money comes from. And this just feels like it's facilitating necessary ministry in our presbytery. And this feels like a much cleaner and clearer way to know what funds are available to us, and more responsibly be stewards of the presbytery's resources. That's just one small piece of this policy, of course, but I think in general, I appreciate what Craig had to share about how much all of the exciting reasons we have been turning to our unrestricted reserves. And if we don't replenish those reserves, where do we anticipate being able to support all of this valuable ministry? So I think I support this policy, and that would be my position. Thank you.
Okay. Chris Gruey.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Chris Gruey, minister member at Savage Memorial Church in Portland. I intend to support this policy in motion. I'm reminded on a national level of the One Great Hour of Sharing offerings, which also had 3 different recipients. And for a long time, one of the recipients ended up being very flush with money, and there were fewer applicants for it to be used, and the other 2 were still scrambling to do good ministries with what they had. I'm encouraged by the ability for the folks to transfer unrestricted funds back to either New Ministries, Barnabas, or Vitality as needed. But I like the flexibility of this and responding to needs. Although I hear the concerns of the several folks who have voiced concerns, I'm comfortable with this and thinks it's a needed change.
Seeing no one else seeking recognition, are you ready to vote? The stated clerk will display the poll. And could I see the motion again, please, so that I can read it? The motion comes from the Board of Trustees, and it is to amend the vacant property policy paragraph. When a vacant church property is disposed of, sorry, let's see if I can get that out of my way for a second. Yeah. 25% of the net proceeds shall be reserved for new ministry development, 10% for the Barnabas Fund, and 10% for the Vitality Fund, and adding in 5% for the Technology Grant Fund and 50% for unrestricted program reserves. The Board of Trustees may draw from the unrestricted program reserves to resupply the needs of the 4 recipients. The allocation percentages will be reviewed by the Board of Trustees and adjusted if needed annually.
Madam Moderator.
Yes, Josh.
Yep. Point of order, just if I would like to refer this back to the trustees, does that vote on that take precedent over the vote on the main motion?
Did I call for the vote? I did. Okay, so at this point, since I already called for the vote, we would need to vote and then go back, I guess. Is that correct, how I understand it? Okay, so I asked if there was anyone else seeking recognition, and I didn't see any. So
sorry, my computer crashed and I had to reconnect and come back in. So I apologize. The joys of technology.
Got it. Yes. Okay. Okay, so we need to take the vote, close the poll, and then there will be a way forward that our stated clerk is going to help us find. Does that sound all right? Okay, we're going to close the poll. Sure.
Moderator, there were 88 votes in the affirmative and 15 in the negative.
Okay. So that being a majority, the motion is to amend is adopted. And now we're going to hear a way forward in this.
Well, I believe that what could happen is that Josh could ask that we reconsider the vote, make that motion, and we'll see if that's seconded. Then we would move forward with a reconsideration of the vote.
Okay, Scott? Are you
I
speaking,
believe,
Scott?
yes, I believe it's possible for us to make a motion, or for Josh, if he wishes to hold enacting this amendment until the next stated meeting. I think that's a motion that he could make if he wished.
Okay. And Jan Carlson? Jan, did you wish to speak? No. Okay. David Moat.
Is it not the case that a motion to reconsider must be made by someone who voted in the majority, and that the seconder also must be someone who voted in the majority?
Moderator, the question is going on the right track. A person who votes to reconsider must have voted with the majority. However, a second is not required from someone who was in the majority. Anyone can second such a motion.
Okay, thank you.
So if someone is, yep.
Sorry. Go ahead, Paul.
So if someone did want to reconsider this vote and wishes to declare that they did vote in the affirmative, they could do so at this time.
Okay. Marilyn. Oh, sorry, you're muted, Marilyn.
All right, the screen looked different. David covered what I was going to say, that someone who voted in the majority is the one who needs to make that motion.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a, Madam Moderator, can I?
Yes.
Speak? Okay. I will just add that with 150 plus in attendance and only 88 voting in the affirmative and a large number not voting at all, that it may behoove us to consider voting on it again in the confusion that was caused by me. But I cannot vote. I cannot make an adjustment because I did not actually fill out my vote, have time to fill out my vote because of technology issues for that vote. So
yeah. All right. Thanks, Josh. Zane.
This is Zane Buxton, honorably retired. The whole idea of reconsidering at this point, cannot be caused simply because someone feels unhappy with the results. There has to be a reasonable basis for doing so. And, at the last minute suggesting sending it back for further reconsideration just isn't appropriate at this point as a matter of the parliamentary procedure. Either someone who voted yes actually needs to say they have changed their mind and want to reconsider, or the matter's done. You can't keep trying to find a loophole to get back what you don't like.
Tom McDonald.
Hi, Tom MacDonald, ruling elder, First Pres McMinnville. Paul, can you reread the vote count? You'd said 85 and 15, but that was the percentage, unless there were only 100 people who voted.
Moderator, there were 88 in the affirmative and 15 in the negative, so there were 103 who voted.
Okay, thank you. Michael Talbert.
Michael Talbert, Salem First, ruling elder, Salem First Presbyterian Church. tried to vote in the affirmative. And as I was trying to pardon, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Michael Talbert, ruling elder, Salem First Presbyterian Church. I tried to vote in the affirmative, and I'm not sure that I was able to, because as I went to click the submit button, the poll disappeared. So I saw some value in the notion of pointing out that there was a bit of technical and confusion stuff about this. And so I would, since I was attempting to vote in the affirmative, I'm not sure whether it worked. Maybe somebody can tell me. I would make the motion that we just reconsider to do the vote again. That's all.
Okay, so that's a motion. Is there a second? Scott?
I did vote affirmative, and I would have offered that same motion. So I
Okay.
do second that motion in light of hoping that our strategic planning committee might offer guidance and that their guidance would help us vote the next time around.
Okay, so those are two different motions that I'm hearing. I heard Mr. was it McDonald?
Talbert.
Talbert, sorry, it was my asked that we vote again. Was that my understanding of your motion, Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Scott, is that what you're seconding?
I think I misunderstood the motion. I was going to make the motion to reconsider the past motion.
Okay. Don, are you wanting to second something?
And I'm just in favor of retaking the vote because I thought that the vote was not going to happen when you said pull the vote. So I didn't have a chance to submit it. And I assume that several people were in that category.
So what I've heard is that it's been moved and seconded that we redo the poll for the motion from the trustees. Is that correct? John Brinegar.
I just wanted to say that, add my 2 bits. I had exactly the same experience that several other people had described, and ultimately I didn't vote, but I meant to. So if we could do something to remedy that, it'd be good.
It's been moved and seconded that we redisplay the poll and take the vote again on the motion from the Board of Trustees to amend the vacant property policy. The stated clerk will please display the poll. We're not voting on the motion. We're voting on reconsidering. Okay, got it. So it's a poll to reconsider the motion and take the vote again. So those who vote yes will enable us to vote again on the amended motion. Those who vote no will leave the previous vote as it stands. Is that correct? All right. The stated clerk will please display the poll. Please remember to press the submit button to record your vote. The poll is now closing and closed. The stated clerk will please display the poll.
Moderator, there are 94 votes in the affirmative, 38 votes in the negative.
There is a majority that have voted in the affirmative. So the motion is adopted, and that means that we will reconsider the poll for the vote to amend the trustees.
Moderator?
Yes.
So at this time, since we are reconsidering this motion, we are free to amend the motion. This body is free to refer this motion, to postpone this motion. There are many things it could do.
Okay. Zane.
Moderator, I heard that entirely differently. All I heard was we said that we would reconsider to hold the vote again, not that we would reconsider the business. That was the motion that was made, not the other motion that was attempted.
Just revote the original thing.
Okay, Mike Hubbard?
I agree with Zane. I had technical problems, and the technical problems, I think, because we have shown a much better vote saturation up to this point. That was the only one that we've dropped that far on. And so I think there was probably technical reasons for it.
Okay. Oh my, all these hands. Zane, you have a thumbs up and a hand. Is there something else you wanted to add?
I didn't mean to have a thumbs up. All I meant to say was, I agree that what happened was just as we were seeing this displayed, you asked for the motion to be shown, and that interrupted the process of voting for everybody.
Okay.
So that's the only thing I believe we are not reconsidering. We're only repeating the poll.
Repeating the poll. Okay. That's how I understood it as well. Mike, did you have something else to add? No. Okay. Dave Hutchinson. Dave? No. Okay. Janet Patton.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I didn't.
Oh, sorry, Dave.
Scott Crane was the seconder of the motion. He said he would have made a motion to reconsider, but since this motion, the one Zane is supporting, was on the table, he'd second it. So in fact, the person who seconded this motion said this was not a motion to reconsider. That's what he said. Yeah.
Okay. Janet?
I also seconded the motion, and I'd like to call the question. Can we just vote again, please?
Question has been called. The stated clerk will please display the poll. We are voting on the amendment to the vacant property policy. It's being displayed on your screen right now, so you can read the amendment. Yes, Chris.
Moderator, just want to make sure I understand what we are doing right now. What are we voting? Are we maybe ask, is there any objection just to voting again, to taking the vote on the vacant property policy?
Okay.
That's what we need to do. And if that's what we should try to do. And let's not call the question yet. Let's just see if we can get.
Okay, there seems to be a lot of confusion right now on my part and many of us, and we're trying to do the right thing. So Eric, did you have a statement?
Yes, sorry. I just do not think there's clarity in the body, and I don't think a motion to call the question is, or calling the question is in order, because I did understand that we were moving to reconsider and voted for it on that basis. In fact, I don't even think a vote to just revote is a thing. I think we have, if the business is brought back forward, I think the business is before the floor and that we are unable to discuss the business.
Okay. David?
Well, I was going to move the previous question, by which I would have meant that we would go ahead and vote on this amendment on the property policy. It's not clear whether that's appropriate. I just would like us to vote and put this behind us, whichever way the vote goes.
Then we can compare it with the previous question and vote on that.
Okay, Marilyn? Marilyn?
Would it be possible to show this as due to technical problems in the previous vote on the amendment as a whole? We are just redoing that vote. I think that's my understanding of it. It's due to the technical problems. And then if somebody decides, in half an hour they want to reconsider, then that there's a way to do that or whatever.
Moderator, I wonder if it would be cleaner. Someone did move the previous question. If we get a second for that, we'll vote on the previous question. If that passes, we could proceed to this motion and dispense with it.
Okay. John?
Is there a second?
Oh, is there a
Yes.
second to the
Yes.
motion? Yes, I hear multiple seconds. Okay.
What is the previous question?
Marilyn just recognized or not?
So the previous question, what was that? Janet, what you were the maker of that motion, is that correct? Yes, Paul.
So the motion is the motion is to move the previous question. Here is what we will do. We will vote on whether to end our discussion right now and then go to that previous question. The previous question is the vote on the vacant property policy, amending something previously adopted, which is on your screen right now.
So sorry for all this technical difficulty here. So the vote that we're going to take right now is to end debate and go back to the previous question, which was the amendment from the trustees. Am I correctly understanding that? Okay. Okay, requires a 2/3 majority and it's undebatable. So we will vote to end discussion. Yes, please. Please remember to push the submit button at the bottom of the poll. The poll will soon be closing. The poll is, you are voting on ending debate. I see that question down there in the chat so that we can go back to the previous question. You have time. The poll is closing. It's now closed. So it has been voted in the affirmative to end debate and go back to the previous question, which is the amendment. So that is adopted. So now we are voting on the previous motion from the trustees, which is an action to amend the vacant property policy. Marilyn? Sorry, there's no debate on this. We have to follow through with it. Okay, so a vote in the affirmative is adopting the amendment, and the language is being displayed on the screen. The stated clerk will please display the poll. Place your vote. Remember to push the submit button. The poll will soon be closing. The poll is now closed. The stated clerk will please display the vote.
Moderator, there were 131 in the affirmative. Sorry, moderator, I will change that. Moderator, there were 106 in the affirmative and 25 in the negative. I'll share the results.
The majority have voted in the affirmative. The amendment is adopted. Thank you all. I feel like I'm in the song that never ends, and I think it's time to take just like a 5-minute stretch break.
Sorry about that. No, it just got confusing. Josh shouldn't have interrupted at that point.
points out it's wise to mute oneself if one is making off the cuff comments off screen.
It is very wise to mute yourself and not just turn off your video.
Jeff, was there any more to the report from the trustees? Is he still here? Okay, so hang in there, everybody. We have some interesting things coming up. The stated clerk is working on some small groups and getting them organized.
Madam Moderator, I might just say that concludes our report.
Thank you, Jeff. I wanted to check in and make sure.
And you're welcome.
The trustees are doing a lot of good work. Okay, so we are getting ready for the report of the strategic planning team. Okay, are you ready to report? Is Josh Dunham here?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I'm here. I apologize. I continue to be having Zoom issues and getting booted out of Zoom.
So frustrating. Yeah, won't it
here.
be nice when we're back together in person?
Just want to say hello, everybody. And I am Joshua Dunham. I am a minister at Covenant Presbyterian Church in Gresham, Oregon. I am the chair of the strategic planning team and co-chair of the new ministries team. It is great to be with you all this afternoon. Thank you all for your tolerance of me in that last proceedings and my issues with tech, making it way frustrating for everyone. So, but coming to this, hopefully that our report will not have the technical difficulties that I have been plagued with so far. So I'd just like to introduce our team. I am Joshua Dunham, the chair. You would probably met Sarah Sanderson Dowdy, who is a member of our team, Morgan Schmidt, who is a member of our team, Andrew Turner, Nancy McDonald, Craig Butler, Don Ludwig, and our staff support is Brian Heron. And Kathy, also Kathy Luther is a member of our team. I'm sorry, I don't have my notes with me because I'm like now sitting at my laptop rather than my desktop. But today we are coming before you with the latest drafts of the mission statement and the vision statement that we are presenting to you. This will be the third publicly submitted mission statement and the second publicly submitted vision statement. As I said, these are drafts. We are hoping that you will be able to take a chance to look at them. We have used a lot of feedback that we've gotten from listening sessions and from feedback that people have submitted to us online or via email. And so we're thankful for all of you all of you who helped with that feedback and helping us with the process. I feel pretty strong that this is a mission and vision statement coming to you that has the strongest representation of our team as a whole, and also strongest representation of what we heard from you in the presbytery. So I'd like to go ahead now and turn it over to Sarah Sanderson Dowdy to go ahead and read the new updated mission and vision statements.
All right. Thank you, Josh. Again, Sarah Sanderson Dowdy, teaching elder from St. Andrews and happily a member of the strategic planning team. You will find our revised statements in document 14 in the documents for this service or for this meeting. And there are also previous iterations there if you're curious about how things have changed. You can't quite remember. But I'm only going to read you our current drafts, and here they are. And I'm going to turn this because my phone is small. Okay. Our proposed third draft mission statement: cultivating spirit-led collaborative ministries that embody God's love in Jesus Christ. Draft vision statement: as a presbytery, we are cultivating collaboration between congregations with community partners and with other neighbors so that vital Presbyterian ministry will thrive in our region. Formed by love, we collaborate together to foster the ongoing worship of God and nurture connection with and enjoyment of God in the Pacific Northwest. To love our neighbors through inclusion, we collaborate together to change assumptions, engage with compassion, unearth bias, and uproot the prejudice, discrimination, oppression, racism, and violence that stems from it. And to love our neighbors through justice. We collaborate together to dismantle unjust systems, practices, and structures, and to build a more equitable and life-giving society. And love the world. We collaborate together to honor the interconnectedness of all life by fostering greater stewardship of the natural world towards sustainability for generations to come.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for reading that. We're in just a moment going to be moving you all into breakout rooms to do further discussion of this mission and vision statement. In those breakout rooms, you will be invited to answer a few questions. I will go ahead and read those now, and also to invite our moderators to include them in the chat of their meetings. The first question is, thinking about the mission and vision statements together, what further information do you need to better understand the statements? Second question is, what words are most jumping out at you as important in the mission and vision statements? And third question, what words are you struggling with the most? The ones that make the least sense or the hardest to swallow? So go ahead and take those. And if you, in just a moment, I will invite our stated clerk to put us into breakout rooms. One of the things is I'll ask each of the moderators to also appoint somebody to take notes in their breakout room and have them submit those notes to the moderator of that group. These groups will be moderated by members of the strategic planning team.
Josh, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do see a question in the body. Zane?
Yes, I simply want to raise one issue. Having worked at both the General Assembly level and as a Senate executive, I wonder if anything in the statement reflects that we are partners with the larger church that we belong to. As a presbytery, might make that assumption, but I don't see anything in it that really says that what we do as part of a much more inclusive body and bodies. Just a thought.
Thank you, Zane. That's very good feedback to give in your breakout group that will be coming up here in just a moment. So thank you.
Thank you. So are we, Josh, we're moving now into small groups?
Yes. Yes.
All right, thanks. Here we go.
Good causes.
I hear you.
Uh-oh. Why
We're back, but we can't hear you, Paul.
Welcome back, everybody. Josh, would you like to continue? Is he having technical difficulties again?
I just
Oh,
re-entered, I just allowed him in back in. So give him
Thank
a
you. Thanks, Eileen. Josh is coming.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I apologize. Rather than just leaving the room, I got booted out of Zoom again.
Oh,
This has been a fun day for me. This has been great.
It's going around.
Do we have computer COVID going on? Is that what's happening here? Is it like, okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being part of those breakout groups. And I hope that your time was meaningful. I just want to thank the people that were part of my group. I really appreciated the feedback. You had some really great insights and some really wonderful things for us to consider as a team. We're going to take this feedback in conjunction. And as long as we are not like way off base with what we have just presented to you, as long as we didn't hear that like, oh, we need to rewrite this whole thing again, you can expect that in the spring, we will be doing a much bigger presentation with a lot more information and a lot more background on all of this, all of the stuff. What is a mission statement? What is a vision statement? What's the theological pinnings, the polity pinnings? What is our thoughts on the structures and examples of how this works? We plan to incorporate all of that into a beautiful presentation for you in the fall, or in the spring, excuse me. So, and thank you to our note takers, especially thank you to our note takers. I appreciate you all for taking notes in that session. And thank you all for the time today. I'm so appreciative to be part of this presbytery and to be doing this work with you all, and that you have are along this journey with us. So thank you.
Thank you, strategic planning team, for all your work and for this time that we had. According to the docket, the next report is the treasurer's report.
Okay, here I am. Paul, are you going to give me, are we doing screen sharing or do you have my charts?
You know what?
There we go. All right. Hi, I'm Craig Butler, treasurer of the Presbytery of the Cascades. I hope you can all see the charts now. This report's based on figures through the end of September 2021, and I'll give you a high-level summary of where we are. The financial statements are in your background paper starting on page 11, but this is the 30,000-foot view, so you don't have to crawl through all those numbers. We did put a new report in there this time. Some of you committee chairs manage various designated funds accounts, and I thought you'd like to see the current balances of them as of the end of September, since you can't derive some of them directly from our financial statements, because we recognize some things at the end of the year. Next page, please. I'm going to start by talking about per capita Presbyterian partnership giving, because they're so important to our overall picture. You know, we're hopefully near the end of a COVID-19 pandemic, and our response to it, as you can imagine, over the last couple of years has affected everything, and it's still affected everything. So I've been watching this very closely. And what I've done is I've graphed here how per capita happened. It came in each of 2019, 2020, and 2021. It's expressed as the percents realized of our total budget of each of them, and the budgets were different each year. We're in better shape in per capita collections than we were a year ago in the middle of the pandemic shutdown, but we're not quite back to the level before the pandemic that we had in 2019. In more normal years, by the end of September, we would have collected about 94% of our per capita, and this year we were only at 91.5%. And collections have been very slow the last 3 months. So my conservative assessments will collect only 93% of our per capita this year, probably, which will be a miss of about $35,700. So some stress there on the administrative side. The good news is of our 96 churches, 96 have paid at least some per capita so far, and 76% have paid their entire assessment. Partnership giving has been a brighter story throughout 2021. It has led the previous years, again, as percentages of budget attained. And each year, our partnership giving budget is lower. But so far, we've collected 85% of our budget, actually by the end of October, which compares to 74% a year ago. So a lot higher. 39 churches have pledged, and so far 64 have paid something. And 10 of those 39 pledgers have already paid their entire pledge. And we may actually go over our budget target for partnership giving this year. We'll see. Keep it going, gang. You're doing great. Let's go to the next chart. This is kind of my high-level summary of key concerns. So first, can we pay our bills? Yes, we have 10 times as many short-term assets, things we could get to in the checking account very quickly for every dollar of short-term liabilities we have. So there aren't a whole lot of bills we anticipate are gonna come due. They're gonna take us out of our checkbook. Per capita, I noted we're probably gonna have a shortfall this year unless something changes. So that gets a yellow star, meaning warning. Partnership giving is a solid green. It's going well this year, and let's keep it going and finish strong. Are we within our budget? Yes, overall we are. Can we meet our program goals? Yes. In fact, this is one of the reasons we're so well within our budget is many of our programs have not spent a lot on their programs so far this year. And as I sit here, I don't know whether we're going to have a whole lot of requests for payments of things connected to programs come in the rest of the year or not. But so far, because we've been in COVID shutdowns, there's been less work on programs than normal. And that leads to the personnel area where we're under budget. And it's largely because we haven't spent as much on travel and other expenses due to the COVID pandemic. Spending from reserves is something I'm continuing to worry about. This year's budget planned to spend almost $300,000 from reserves that have been previously designated for specific purposes, like we just got done talking about new missions team, technology, Vitality, Barnabas. We have about a year and a half left of spending at that rate. And and some accounts like Barnabas have already need to be replenished. So I'm watching this very closely and concerned about it. The endowment, I actually have a more up-to-date figure. Through the end of October, we are up 6.85% a year, and that's in line with the benchmarks for our two endowment managers. They're doing well. Next chart, please. So just all the news is fit to print. We completed our audit of the 2020 year. It was completed without findings, no problems. I mentioned the committees and program spending are low because we're all on Zoom instead of traveling a lot. We did record a grant, as a grant, a PPA loan of $91,300 that we were given in 2020. That hit our 2021 books as a grant. Another reason we're going to do very well against the budget this year. On the real estate side, we are looking at a small loss because we've lost tenants at Laurelhurst and we have higher expenses at St. Mark and Laurelhurst. And the Barnabas Fund, I mentioned, had to be refreshed from unrestricted program reserves this year and has a very low balance going into next year. We also, part of working with the strategy team and working with the trustees, I did a 10-year look ahead projection sheet, helped me project some of these restricted or these unrestricted program reserves and how, what it's likely to be like in 1 or 2 years for them. And that's led to a lot of the recommendations and budgeting that we have made this year. Last chart, pretty standard chart. Please catch up in your per capita. if you haven't sent it all in and your partnership giving. Please pledge for partnership giving in 2022 if you can. And stay safe out there and let us know how we can help your congregation. And that is my report. Madam Moderator, I can take questions if you'd like, or we can go on to other business.
Thank you, Craig, for all your work. Does anyone have questions for Craig?
Okay, you can always email me further questions if you want.
Thank you very, very much. So next on the docket is the report of the Presbytery Leadership Commission given by Chair Dwight Caswell. Dwight, are you ready?
I am ready. Thank you. The PLC continues to make decisions on behalf of the Presbytery between Presbytery meetings. Given the pandemic and the significant shifting that's taking place, the PLC has had plenty of work, and Brian will speak to that during his report. Among other things, when we started out, just because of the nature of all that was going on, we were meeting on a weekly basis this year. At least for the time being now, we are meeting on a monthly basis. Before I get to the action items, I'd also like to say a few words to thank all of you for my past year as moderator. It has been a very encouraging and sometimes difficult time. I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's encouraging that Presbytery has done so well in a time of great difficulty, and I want to thank all of you for that. Now on to the action items. Number 3 in your papers is the 2022 per capita and budgets. Do we have that up there? A total of the per capita for 2022 will be a total of $39, and that the proposed administrative and program budgets be approved as in your packets. So I move on behalf of PLC the adoption of that action item.
Okay, it's a motion coming from the PLC to set per capita for 2022 at a total of $39, and that the proposed administrative and program budgets be approved as found in the background papers. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Moderator, if I might just say something about the rationale for this. A major focus of this year was to establish a budgeting process that better integrated the mission of the Presbytery, the financial wisdom of the trustees, and the direction of the strategic planning team, and the issues around long-term sustainability. This year, the PLC adopted a multi-stage process that included hearing from the key committees represented in the budget and a meeting of 11 representatives from the strategic planning team, the Presbytery Leadership Commission, and the trustees to align our values with our budget. So having completed that process, I urge the passage of this.
Is there any other discussion? Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
We'll vote using the Zoom poll, which will appear on the screen shortly. The vote is on the motion to set per capita at $39 and approve the proposed administrative and program budgets. Those in favor will select yes, and those opposed will select no. The stated clerk will now display the poll to the screen. The poll will be closing soon. If you haven't already done so, click the submit button on the bottom of the poll. The poll is closed. The stated clerk will display the poll and declare the number of votes for and against the motion.
Moderator, there are 121 in the affirmative and 4 in the negative.
The majority have voted in the affirmative. The motion is adopted. Is there another motion from the PLC?
Yes, there is. Our second action item, which you will find in the background papers, is the bylaws amendment. Let's see, do we have that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm having Zoom issues myself, but I think I'm back in action here. And the new language in that, it's the Article 7, Section B1 of the Commission on Ministry, and the new language is in bold. And for the purpose of inquiring into a session or congregation reported to be affected with disorder or seeking guidance as it discerns its future as a congregation. The rationale here is that the Presbytery is seeing an increasing number of churches who are either experiencing disorder or need guidance as they discern their futures. The level of the need exceeds what a coach or a consultant could do, but does not rise to the level of taking original jurisdiction of the congregation. The Presbytery Leadership Commission recommends a change in the bylaws of the Presbytery granting regional COMs the authority to establish administrative commissions for the purpose of inquiring into a session or congregation reported to be affected with disorder or seeking guidance as it discerns its future as a congregation. On behalf of the PLC, I make this motion.
Is there discussion on this motion? Yes, Zane.
Paul may be able to address this, but I raised a question about commissions creating commissions. Governing bodies or councils are authorized to create commissions, but can a commission create a subcommission, or is it really just a committee?
Moderator, that's a good question. The Commission on Ministry already has been authorized to establish administrative commissions to ordain and or install, and the Leadership Commission has been authorized to create commissions, and I can't remember what they are authorized to do. But your question goes beyond that, Zane. So I don't know the answer. I am assuming that a commission could, if it was authorized by the Presbytery, on behalf of the Presbytery, create another commission.
Okay. Scott.
Scott Crane, teaching elder, Trout Lake, Washington. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I am curious with this very particular item, will there be access to or provisions for training of specific future visioning coaches to help these churches in their discernment process as they think of legacy, if that's their choice?
At this point, this is not something that we have considered. I think that would be up to the particular COM.
Okay. Scott, did you want to speak further? Oh, no. Okay. David.
I had the same question or a similar question to Chris Gruey, who put it in the chat. What effect, if any, does this have on the issue of taking over original jurisdiction in a crisis situation? This is completely other and separate, and that other process remains the same, or does this in fact affect that process, and does this allow that to happen without the full Presbytery's engagement? That's my question.
without the full, it is my understanding that it does not affect that.
Good.
This is an additional tool to be used when taking original jurisdiction is not appropriate.
Right, but that more drastic tool could not happen by commission on ministry without the engagement of further as it is now.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Zane.
I'm still pursuing my question, and as I look at G301, I think probably even our language that allows Commission on Ministry to create administrative commissions for purpose of ordination or installation isn't even one of the powers that can be granted to the committee or commissions on ministry. More and more, you want to move in a direction of essentially having 4 separate presbyteries within the presbytery, which are led by committees on ministry. The only bodies that are said to allow to create administrative commissions are councils of the church, and listed are sessions and presbyteries, none, and synods and general assembly, none commissions created by sub bodies of presbyteries. It's just one more of the ways in which, frankly, from my point of view, that historically Cascades Presbyteries has operated in ways that are flaky in terms of our polity.
I'm not quite sure I understand, since this is before presbytery, one of those listed bodies. We have proposed it, PLC has proposed it to be voted upon by the full presbytery.
No, that is not what it says. What it says is Commission on Ministry is empowered to establish administrative commissions. The Book of Order doesn't say that's one of the powers of Commission on Ministry.
Paul, you have an opinion on this?
Oh, moderator, I'll get back to you with an opinion. I don't have one at this time.
Okay, thanks. Mike.
Well, whether it's flaky or not, we find ourselves in times when a COM, if it's going to have any function at all, had better be able to take some kind of action without waiting for a presbytery meeting. Because we have critical situations. If we want to call a stated meeting and get the whole presbytery together to form an administrative commission to deal with an affected session or congregation, then we need to be able to do that. But we do need to move a little more swiftly at the risk of possibly being flaky.
Greg.
So I'm struggling a little bit with, as Zane's pointed out, people who are former stated clerks should never attend presbytery meetings. Functions that may be entrusted to administrative commissions include, but are not limited to. So I understand Zane's points, because there's really specific things that presbyteries are supposed to do, but I do think we have some leeway here. But man, I would want somebody who's much smarter than me to say that. I would like a ruling, moderator, on the minutes of these administrative commissions. The Book of Order does require that these minutes become part of the record. And I would like a ruling from you, or you ask the stated clerk to give a ruling. Who receives the minutes of these administrative commissions on the Committee on Ministry forming administrative commissions?
Paul?
Well, those actions would be reported to the Commission on Ministry, and because they are actions taken on behalf of the presbytery, they would be reported through the Commission on Ministry report to the presbytery itself. as actions of the Commission on Ministry are reported.
Thank you.
They would get reported, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Brian.
Actually, I don't think I have anything more to add at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Dan.
I just want to echo Mike's sentiments. If this were 10 or 15 years ago and we're meeting monthly as a presbytery, then I would agree with sticking with language, but quite frankly, language needs to be readjusted to meet the current needs of this presbytery and the broad size of this presbytery. We need to have flexibility. I'm part of COM South, and for me to wait for 4 months for us to meet before acting on a issue with the church would be potentially very detrimental. So I think we need to move beyond language and semantics and get to the realities of what's on the ground with the ministry that needs to be done.
Okay. Yeah. Barbara?
I'm wondering if what was intended here, and I'm just guessing, but if the intent is to offer guidance when a congregation requests it, then would it have to be approved by the presbytery? Or are we, as the presbytery, approving ACs because the congregation hasn't requested it? You know, in other words, we're assuming some authority in a situation, and therefore the presbytery votes on it. But if we were to change the language here somehow so that the COM can go in to provide guidance into a congregation's future or disorder, even if the congregation has requested it, would that make a difference?
It's 4:30.
There's someone who could speak to Barbara's question? Brian?
Yes, yeah. The issue here, if the congregations are requesting it, we don't have the need for the administrative commission, whether it's COM or other staff people could simply respond to that. What this is attempting to deal with is the congregations where the presbytery meeting is 3-4 months out, and a congregation is struggling and getting to the point where they actually need the help, but we can't just go in and say, hey, it's time to help you. And so it's for those situations where we believe that we need to act before the next presbytery meeting.
But if the congregation requests it, then we don't need a presbytery meeting.
Correct, because we can provide whatever support they're asking for at that point.
Zane?
A couple of things. One, Greg suggested that the things that could be authorized by commissions to do were not limited to certain things. I wasn't talking about the limits of what commissions was doing. I was talking about the limits of who can authorize commissions to actually operate. I think one of the things that we're struggling with is everybody wanted a leaner book of order. And so the authority that already belongs to the Committee on Ministry isn't explicitly stated in the way we are. It's always been the principle of Presbyterian polity that the Presbytery's Committee on Ministry can go in and deal with churches that have issues going on in them. I mean, there's no other point of a Committee on Ministry than if it's not to oversee the relational ministries within the presbytery. So this whole business, but I raised the question of having administrative commissions who have to be part of the committee itself. Apparently, if it's going to be an administrative commission of the committee or of the commission, I just think you're creating language that is really not helpful or necessary language, frankly. Enough said for me.
Mark Smith.
Yes.
If anybody did take the time to read my honorary retired statement, they would have noticed that of my 4 permanent positions, 3 of my predecessors had been guilty of sexual misconduct. In 2 of those cases, it had been dealt with before I came in, and I still had work to do. In the last case, it was information that I was not privy to, and we needed an administrative commission, and the Committee on Ministry at that point dithered away because they wanted to wait until the presbytery meeting. I know that this doesn't specifically speak to, at least it doesn't mention pastoral relationships with congregations, but I'm assuming that that's part of what's spelled out when they say affected with disorder. If you've got a situation where there is misconduct going on in a congregation, the Committee on Ministry needs to be able to deal with that and not wait for a presbytery meeting to roll around.
David.
Thanks. Yeah, as chair of nominating committee, and someone who has never served on a COM, it's become clear to me that COM can be perhaps one of our most challenging assignments in our form of government. So what I would say is, and echoing what Mark just said, that there are some things here that need to be taken care of very quickly. And because I have seen times as a member of a congregation, I've seen times where the COM who is that we would be answering to is overwhelmed with work. I think empowering them to establish administrative commissions would be appropriate. And I would also note that the proposed language, it says, and for the purpose of inquiring into a session or congregation reported to be affected with disorder. That is not a request from a congregation. That would be something that the COM would have heard from other sources, probably including members of the congregation. So, you know, for what Barbara was saying, I don't believe that all of this would be based on a request from a congregation. And I think that's appropriate. I think that the language as it is stated here is good language. And from my experience, 40-year member of a congregation, I think the COM needs to have this ability to establish an administrative commission if they think it's necessary for all of these. And as Mark was just saying, if it's clergy misconduct, this is something that has to be dealt with quickly, and that would be something that I believe this language would allow as well. And I think that's appropriate.
Sharon.
So what are the elements of an administrative commission versus a group that's going to help sort out what's going on? Is this anticipating maybe what we used to call co-opting members to get additional help? Is this going to be, would this be alternatively a use for the people we want to hire to deal with congregations that are having problems? And so you would just assign those people to deal with the congregation. So I'm not, maybe some of you more up on the Book of Order would understand, would be able to say, what's the administrative commission? Is that magic language that we need? We could, well, change and substitute something else for it and it would be okay.
Is there someone who can speak to that question?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the question is. Can you rephrase that, come again?
Yes, if the concern is that we're talking about establishing an administrative commission and it's not legitimate under our book of order, under our polity, to have a commission on ministry establishing an administrative commission, is there some other word we use instead of administrative commission that will accomplish the same purpose?
Well, let's see, the stated clerk would be the one to ask on that.
Yes, Paul.
Moderator, I don't know the best way to answer that question, except let me circle back to something that's been alluded to in the past. So there was a chapter in the Book of Order about committees on ministry at one point, and that disappeared in the new form of government around, was it 2011? So our bylaws actually for the Commission on Ministry are somewhat deficient right now. They say that the Commission on Ministry has all the powers that the Book of Order allows, which refers to a chapter in a previous Book of Order that is no longer in force. And so perhaps this language was a way of allowing the commission to be that administrative commission, but also to, I think, the previous speaker was referring to co-opting members, allowing them to, so that it wasn't just the members of the Commission on Ministry, that commission, they could co-opt other members to be part of a commission to work with a congregation. I don't know if that's answering Sharon's question.
Sharon, did that help? I don't see her.
Yes, I think so. I mean, if we're just hung up on the language, the elements of what an administrative commission can do, can we get on with what we really want to accomplish here, which is getting some help to the congregations, even whether they ask for it or not, and that the Commission on Ministry can do it in a timely manner. So
okay,
let's get on with what we're really about and not worry too much about language if we can change the language.
David Moat.
I move the previous question.
Is there a second?
Second.
I don't. Oh, yes, I do. No, I don't. Yes, there was a second. Thank you. The previous question has been moved. If adopted, this motion stops the discussion. It's moved, so the motion is undebatable. It requires a 2/3 vote to pass. We'll vote using the Zoom poll, which will appear on your screen shortly. We're voting to end discussion. Those in favor of ending the discussion now will select yes, and those opposed to ending discussion will select no. The stated clerk will now display the poll to the screen. The poll will be closing soon. If you haven't already done so, click the submit button on the bottom of the poll. The poll is closed. The stated clerk will display the poll and declare the number of votes for and against the motion.
Moderator, there are 107 votes in the affirmative and 15 votes in the negative.
Okay, that is a 2/3 majority. The previous question is adopted. Since discussion is ended, we now proceed to vote on the motion, which is the additional language, and it will be displayed. Whoops. Yeah, that's okay. The added language on the Commission on Ministry. Okay, there it is. All right. The stated clerk will please display the poll. The poll will soon be closing. Please click the submit button on the bottom of the poll. The poll is closed. The stated clerk will display the poll and declare the number of votes for and against the motion.
Moderator, there are 103 in the affirmative, 18 in the negative.
The majority is in the affirmative. The amended language is adopted. Okay.
Madam Moderator,
Yes.
the Presbytery Leadership Commission would like to recognize the stated clerk, Reverend Paul Bells Templeman, for an additional report.
Let me find my, oh, thank you, moderator. Moderator, I have information concerning a situation that Presbytery may desire to act upon, and I'd like to present that report now. And it looks like I'm included in the PLC report. So here is the information I have. So Northminster Presbyterian Church, Portland, Oregon, appears to be nearing closure. The Presbytery has been working with them starting in February of this year, of 2021. Up through June, it appeared that the session was taking steps to consider their future and did not want the assistance of an administrative commission. However, since June, the appointed moderator has not been able to get the session together for a meeting. The moderator has tried repeatedly, and now more than a quarter has gone by with no session meeting. Neither the moderator nor the clerk of session is even sure if the other two members of session have resigned or not, since those two members have not responded to attempts to communicate with them. The congregation is no longer worshiping. The clerk of session informed me that he expects the church will close its doors, turn in the keys on December 31st. Now, commissioners have just seen that the Presbytery passed a bylaws amendment that would permit the Commission on Ministry to establish administrative commissions when congregations are seeking guidance when discerning their future as a congregation. However, in this situation, it may be advisable that the Presbytery establish the administrative commission with original jurisdiction, meaning the administrative commission would serve as the session, because only the Presbytery can give an administrative commission original jurisdiction. And this will enable the administrative commission to provide care for the congregation and assist in winding down the affairs of the congregation from now until the next Presbytery meeting in March of 2022. I make the following motion, which will be displayed on the screen. The Presbytery of the Cascades establish an administrative commission with original jurisdiction to serve as the session of Northminster Presbyterian Church, Portland, Oregon, in order to manage the affairs of the congregation, ensure pastoral care for the members, and aid the congregation in discerning its future. Members of the administrative commission will be appointed by the moderator of the Presbytery.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. The motion on the screen has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? I recognize Brad Kent.
I didn't have anything.
Okay, your hand is up. There we go. Okay, other discussion?
Oh.
All right. Are you ready to vote? We will vote using the Zoom poll, which will appear on your screen shortly. The vote is on the motion to establish an administrative commission for Northminster Presbyterian Church. Those in favor will select yes, and those opposed will select no. The stated clerk will now display the poll to the screen. The poll will be closing soon. If you haven't already done so, click the submit button on the bottom of the poll. The poll is closed. The stated clerk will display the poll and declare the number of votes for or against the motion.
Moderator, there are 126 in the affirmative. There are 0 in the negative.
Affirmative has it, and the motion is adopted. Okay. Thank you. Is there more to the PLC report?
No, there is not, Madam Moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Next on the docket are the reports of the Presbytery's elected staff. Presbyter for Vision and Mission, Brian Herron. Are you here?
I am, and I'm ready to speak. Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's nice to be with all of you today and to gather in this time as we're making rather significant decisions here. I think the comments I want to make today are really highlighted by the kinds of debate and conversations that we're having today. What I mostly want to do is give you kind of a quick snapshot of the different things that the Presbytery is doing right now. But what I mostly want you to notice in that, these are all individual things. But what I really want you to notice is how much shifting and transformation is taking place within the Presbytery. And even thinking about the bylaw amendment, the vacant property policy, all of this represents not only shifts that we are making, but also responding to shifts that are happening despite ourselves. So we're definitely in a time of transformation. So on the screen, you see some of the individual things that we are now involved with. So I'll just take a few seconds on each one of them so you can hear more about what's going on with the Presbytery right now. One is that we have been working on the Farmington Road Affordable Housing Project. That was a project that was approved by the Presbytery Leadership Commission in January of last year. This is a large development that's taken about 20 months just to put the project together. We are in the place now where we have a developer working with our task force, which includes also the Levin Land and Housing Coalition. And we are currently meeting with the trustees to take the next step so that the developers can begin to apply for the subsidy funding that will be part of that project. So we are anticipating the Presbytery will hear about this project fairly soon. We don't have an exact date, but things are moving forward. And then we have the Barbie's Village project. And what I think about the Farmington Road project, Barbie's Village is where the Farmington Road project was 18 to 20 months ago. It was just approved by the Presbytery Leadership Commission in terms of in concept. And now the work will need to take place working with a couple of Native American organizations, also Levin Land and Housing Coalition, Westminster Presbyterian Church, as well as PLC. And just like it's taken close to 2 years to get the Farmington Road project to the Presbytery, we anticipate that kind of development will also be needed for Barbie's Village. And Barbie's Village is a Native American tiny house village that we are looking at placing on the former Presbyterian Church of Laurelhurst. So that PLC just approved that a couple of weeks ago. And what we'll do in the coming months and probably a year or two is just updating you on the progress on working on that before we actually get to the point of bringing it to the Presbytery for any kind of final vote on transfer of property. We have been involved with the Designing for the New Norm project for a little over a year, and that is the project that we piloted in Cascades about a year ago, studying the shift in our churches to churches that have less than full-time pastors, as well as pastors who are non-installed in temporary positions and less than full-time. We are going to the second stage of that fairly soon. The Synod took the second step. So we piloted it, then 7 more presbyteries were involved in that. So they're, in a sense, catching up to us right now. And in January, we'll be invited in to take the next step. And essentially what that is a combination of studying the shifts around pastoral leadership in our churches, and then also beginning to work on the models for how we go forward with that. While the strategic planning team is working, I've worked with PLC basically on how to spend my time in the next few months. So I'm going to be concentrating on 3 different areas in collaborative initiatives and ministries in the Presbytery. One of those is working with the Commission on Ministry in the Northeast area, so working with churches in the Northeast region. Another one in the South region. And the last one is along the coast. I'll be putting together a task force with our ecumenical partners for a coastal Camino project. We got involved in this with the possibility of providing the hospitality for people taking a pilgrimage down the coast, very much like the Camino de Santiago. And so Travel Oregon and the governor's office is working on the actual route and finishing up the Oregon Coast Trail, where the religious community is putting our efforts and is providing the hospitality along the coast. And essentially what people who hike along the coast find is that they either have the choice to camp somewhere or spend $180 in a hotel, and there's really nothing in between those sort of $20, $25 places like a hostel. And that's where we're looking at the possibility of having our churches provide hospitality along the coast for a coastal pilgrimage. Got a duplication on the designing for the new norm. The fork in the road consulting, that's just something I'm calling the increase in my time working with individual congregations. I would say that in the last 12 months, I've worked with 10 congregations that have asked me to work with them, making decisions around their future. And essentially, these are congregations that are deciding between the possibility of closure or legacy or redevelopment. That's kind of how the question gets framed. I think I worked with 3 congregations in the first 3 years, and I've worked with 10 in the last 12 months. So just to let you know what's happening in the Presbytery. I don't think anything more needs to be said along with regard to the vacant property policy, except that these are all signs of, I think, how much shifting is happening within the Presbytery, and for us to stay open and nimble, to be able to continue to honor our Presbyterian tradition and heritage and identity, and also at the same time to stay open to whatever God is leading to us in this new time. So that concludes my report, Madam Moderator. Thank you. I see a question about asking. I'm glad to answer questions if there are some. I know we don't have a lot of time.
Was there a question? Okay. All right. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Clark Scalera, advocate for congregations and clergy.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Glad to be with you all, and thank you, members of the Presbytery. As Brian alluded to, there are a lot of really exciting and hopeful things at work in our Presbytery, things that are reflective of us choosing new patterns and exploring where the Spirit might be leading. Simultaneously accompanying that, there is a lot of grief in our Presbytery, a lot of deep-seated challenges. More and more as I'm talking to pastors, talking to elders and congregations, I'm just seeing a pronounced weariness across the board as people have been struggling through this time of pandemic, this time of isolation, as we've been distracted from the main things to focus on details like, are we meeting in person? Are we wearing masks? These sort of no-win scenarios where we continue to be faced by legitimate challenges, but that aren't the things that brought us into community life, not the things that bring us joy and that cause us to pursue our vocation and feel like we're expressing that in the context of our lives and our work. And so I want to thank you for your perseverance during these really challenging days. And also just give voice to that heaviness that is present. We're seeing that manifest in a lot of ways. There's been a ton of transitions, kind of a wave of transitions as folks move towards retirement, as they move out of churches. We have, I believe, close, not quite a third of our congregations in some form of transition over this last year. So that's been just a tremendous amount of change affecting people, and all that change is coming from individuals making hard choices as they look at the state of the church. So I do think it's important to elevate that as a reality amongst us, and remind you all to take care of yourselves, and not just your own self, but also dig deep to find that generosity to really love one another, to go back to our original calling as to why we were gathered in community. These are hard days, and of all times, I think it is a good time for us to consider how we might be gracious and generous with one another, because people are just carrying a lot. So just wanted to elevate that. In terms of structural changes that were at work, I work very closely with our regional commissions on ministry. And that group, we've been talking about this for some time, but we've really identified three core needs that we've seen again and again that I've alluded to. One, just the massive amount of transition taking place in our presbytery right now. Another one is just some of the weightiness of this time is resulting in a lot of conflicts in church as resources are diminished and people are on edge. So help with transitions, help with conflict resolution, and then also help with caring for pastors and other church leaders. And so those three areas of need we've continued to see over even before the pandemic started as needing additional support within our presbytery to address those. And we have kind of considered a restructuring of the Commission on Ministry that will currently, our liaisons are responsible for the majority of the work that the Commission on Ministry is doing as they relate to churches and pastors. And what we proposed is to shift into a team model where teams of folks working in close conjunction and primarily made up of COM members, but can specialize in either transition or in conflict resolution or in care of pastors and congregations. And we've reached a point where we're going to be able to have 3 additional staff positions. They are very, very part-time and just come with a small stipend, but we'll have 3 compensated people who are coordinating teams in those areas and helping with their training and their deployment in conjunction with the Commission on Ministry. We hope to have those positions publicized and looking for folks as early as December, and filling those positions early next year to really move that structure into place to serve pastors, to serve congregations. So we are busily at work on that, and do hope that you guys will continue to read your Cascades Connections and your omnibus, and we will be sending out emails to churches and clerks of session to distribute widely as those positions come online. We'd love for you, if you feel called to one of those positions, to send forth your application in support of the work that we are doing together. I think those were all the things that I wanted to tell you about today. Again, grateful to be with you all, grateful for your dedication, even in hard times, and also hopeful for the future that we share together as we continue to follow God's Spirit into this ever-changing world. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Clark. The next item of business is the report of the Administrative Commission for Calvary Korean Presbyterian Church, presented by Chair Chris McFarland.
Thank you. I am here to do that. The Administrative Commission has been working, and we held a closing service on August 22nd with the what was formerly called the Beaverton Korean Presbyterian Church and is now named the Yadam Church of Oregon. We have one action item for you today. And we also, so for action, we are asking to dissolve the Calvary Korean Presbyterian Church on November 30th, 2021, with celebration and thanksgiving for 33 years of service within the Presbytery of the Cascades. With orders to the stated clerk to retain any members still on the rolls until December 31st, 2022, notify the General Assembly of the dissolution, and take necessary steps to close the corporation with the state of Oregon and the Internal Revenue Service. There do continue to be issues that do need to be sorted out with the IRS, and so the Administrative Commission will remain until those issues are completed. I think you're muted, Madam Moderator.
Thanks. All right, is there discussion on this motion? Seeing no one seeking recognition, I take that as you are ready to vote. We'll vote using the Zoom poll, which will appear on your screen shortly. The vote is on the motion to dissolve the Calvary Korean Presbyterian Church on November 30th, 2021, with celebration and thanksgiving for 33 years of service within the Presbytery of the Cascades. And that includes ordering the clerk to retain any members still on the rolls until December 31st of 2022, notify the General Assembly of the dissolution, and take necessary steps to close the corporation with the state of Oregon and the Internal Revenue Service. Those in favor will select yes, and those opposed will select no. The stated clerk will now display the poll to the screen. The poll will be closing soon. If you haven't done so, click the submit button on the bottom of the poll. The poll is closed. The stated clerk will display the poll and declare the number of votes for and against the motion.
Moderator, there are 120 votes in affirmative and 0 votes in the negative.
The majority have voted in the affirmative and the motion is adopted. Thank you, Chris, for your work and your report.
Thank you. We have, I believe, Paul, we have one more slide with regards to the Calvary Korean Presbyterian Church.
That's correct. 1 second. Oops.
So we just wanted to take a few minutes of this Presbyterian meeting to celebrate the legacy of Calvary Korean Presbyterian Church. And so this is a clip from the service that was held in August, and it is the prayer that was offered by the Elder Kim, who was the last remaining elder from that congregation and was part of that closing service. So I ask you to please be in prayer with the members of that church and to sort of celebrate their legacy. We lost that. Okay. Okay, Paul, thank you.
존귀와 영광과 찬송을 받으시기에 합당하신 살아계신 하나님 아버지, 갈보리 장로교회와 비볼턴 한인 장로교회의 통합 예배를 이렇게 뜻깊게 드리게 하심을 감사드립니다. 1988년에 개척하여 이제까지 33년이라는 시간을 인도하시고 은혜 주신 갈보리 장로교회와 비볼턴 한인 장로교회를 통합하여 예수 닮은 교회 예단교회로 이름을 지으시고 새롭게 출범할 수 있도록 성도들을 한마음으로 합심하게 하시고 새로운 비전과 소망으로 채워주심을 또 한 번 감사드립니다. 새술은 새부대에 담으라는 말씀처럼 이 시작을 시점으로 더욱 교회가 새로워지고 이 시대를 향해 도전할 수 있는 예den교회가 될 수 있도록 하나님의 은혜, 하나님의 능력, 하나님의 축복을 구합니다. 이 교회를 위하여 주님께서 보내어 주시고 귀하게 들어쓰시는 김기른 목사님에게 성령의 능력을 주셔서 주님께서 맡겨주신 양떼들 잘 인도할 수 있도록 인도하여 주시옵소서. 그리고 오늘 예배에 말씀을 전하시는 지성문 목사님을 통해 교회에 필요한 말씀을 주시고 주의 종에게 능력 주시기를 간절히 원하옵고 바라옵나이다. 예배를 통해 하나님 큰 영광 받으시고 온 성도가 더욱 하나 되는 예배되기를 원하오며 거룩하신 예수 그리스도의 이름으로 감사하고 간절히 기도드리옵나이다. 아멘.
And everyone said, Amen. Thank
Amen.
you.
Thank you. The next thing on the docket is brief reports. The first brief report is from the Self-Development of Peoples Committee, presented by Chair Linda Shaw. Linda, are you ready? All right. Well, yeah, is Dawn Shaw?
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I
Linda,
was
you're
muted.
here. Good.
I am
Okay.
here. Yes, I was
Great.
talking,
Thank
but
you.
I was muted.
Oh,
So there
sorry.
should be that's all right. There should be a series of slides and a video.
They're coming.
Okay, great. So I don't need to say much.
Oh, okay. Looks like they're playing.
We should go to the next. Yeah, there we go.
Sorry, the video is not wanting to play. So we are going to
Let's-
have to skip that.
That's too bad because the video was really important.
He's still working on it, so we may be able to circle back, but right now it's not cooperating. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. This is I will say that it's an exciting project. And if we can't see it here.
It sounds like he's got it.
Oh, great. That's good. And this video was made by the National SDOP. They were so impressed with the project that they made the video and they will use it in part of their promotional.
That's wonderful. And if it doesn't want to cooperate, I remember at the last meeting, they were able to embed it into the Presbytery's omnibus or something so that everybody could see it. So
great. Okay, great. That's fine.
Okay, here it comes.
Pacific Northwest Family Circle unites families of all races in the Pacific Northwest to struggle for justice for their loved ones killed by police. We work peacefully to educate the public and end police violence.
My 19-year-old son, Christopher Kalonji, got killed by Clackamas sheriffs officers in January 28, 2016.
March 30th, 2015, my brother, Captain Brian Avon Babb, was shot and killed by police 45 minutes after his VA therapist called to do a well check.
My son was killed last year. He was strangled and hung from a tree in Rocky Butte last year.
My husband was killed by Washington County SWAT on January 12th, 2018.
Fred Bryant was the father of Keaton Otis, and when Keaton Otis was killed by police 10 years ago, he sprung into action and started a community vigil to memorialize Keaton and help him get justice for his son. This vigil has gone on for 10 years, and Fred died of a broken heart 3 years into it from the justice struggle. I want you to know that families struggle with a lot of things after a loved one is killed, and it goes on for years. But knowing what we know about how Fred Bryant died during his struggle for justice and how Erica Garner died of a broken heart for her father, we know this happens a lot. And the organization is here to keep families alive.
It's isolating and lonely, scary, confusing. So when I found Pacific Northwest Family Circle, I found a community. I found people who'd been through the same thing I had.
And I am very grateful for Pacific Northwest Family Circle. They've been a big part of bringing stability and comfort to my life after my loss.
I met Pacific Northwest Family Circle through some lawyers, and they've really been a big help to me. So they've helped me with information, they've helped me put things together, they've helped me with searches, and there's one particular person, Maria Cahill, that I call when I was event when I need to talk, and she's like my rock.
When I met another mother, Shiloh Phelps, who lost her son in May 2016, Bodie Phelps. So we decided to connect people with the same tragedy that happened to them.
So it's not an overstatement to say that your grant is helping to keep families alive so that they can prevent other families from having to experience this terrible, terrible tragedy. I'm honored today to speak on behalf of family members and say thank you. Thank you so much for the $11,500 grant we just received from the Cascade Presbyterian.
So that's that's a project that that's self-development people funded, and I want to promote the One Great Hour Sharing because that's where the money comes from. And I want to promote that if you have projects in your region, to let us know, and we can begin to look at funding other projects. And if you're interested in being a part of the team, we certainly would love to have you do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda, and your whole team. Are there questions for the self-development of people? Jeff?
It's not a question. I just want to report that the Reedville Church is community partners with an organization called the Western Farm Workers Association. And 15 years ago or so, the Reedville congregation helped connect Western Farm Workers Association with an SDOP grant that was transformative. And Western Farm Workers Association is grassroots, organizing migrant and low-income workers in Washington County and beyond, and they're part of a larger organization that covers the state, north and south, at least in the western part. To this day, whenever there is a WFWA, Western Farm Workers Association event, they thank the Reedville Church for its efforts. And the Reedville Church, of course, in doing so, is doing that on behalf of the Presbytery of the Cascades and the PCUSA. And it's the Self-Development of People grant that helped them kind of catapult themselves ahead in their service of low-income and migrant workers in the community. So thank you to One Great Hour of Sharing and SDOP and the group that came out to help do that 15 or 20 years ago.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the next report is from Don Shaw regarding the Bisbee grants. Don, are you ready?
I am indeed.
Great.
This whole Presbyterian meeting has struck me as kind of raising the issues that we all struggle with in this life we're leading right now. And according to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI, 1 in 5 US adults experiences mental illness each year. 1 in 20 US adults experience serious mental illness each year. Now, look around at the various people attending this meeting. A bunch of people are involved with this. And these are for normal years. Look at the mental illness issues that we have before us now. We just saw one in a video. We've heard of several along the way in this meeting. And just think of the numbers and the lives that have been affected by the COVID pandemic that were not included in this initial 1 for 5. Loss of homes, overburdened healthcare workers. What about global warming? It's so much a part of COP26 in Glasgow. Virtually everyone on the planet is experiencing its effects. Add in our times, political polarization, refugee issues, income disparities, racism, voting rights, and the list goes on and on. My point is this: the mental health issues that confront us right now are far broader than 1 in 5. And the question is, what is the church doing about the mental health issues? What is your congregation doing? It's easy to say, well, it's not in the budget, but that excuse won't work here. You see, the Bisbee Community Grants would like to assist with some expenses in a program that addresses the mental health issues in our communities. You may recall hearing about the Bisbee grant at the March Presbytery meeting. We've extended the application deadline to December 1st so that more of you can apply for financial assistance. Let me repeat that. The deadline for Bisbee grants is now December 1. It's coming up fast, but you're not out of time yet. If you can find, you can find more about this by going to your Presbytery website. On the homepage, click the Documents tab, and then the third item down is Grants. Click that one and you will see the Bisbee grants listed among several others. Mental health issues are very real. What can you do as a church to address this reality? Need some financial assistance? Bisbee Community Grants team would like to help. Thank you.
Thank you for all this information and for how to get more information. So that's great. The next report is from Rob Hagan, Presbyterian Foundation.
Great. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Rob Hagan. I'm with the Presbyterian Foundation, and I bring greetings to you on behalf of the Presbyterian Foundation. It's always good to be a part of Cascade Presbytery and to enjoy even the Zoom meeting, and hopefully when we gather in person to shake your hands and give you a hug and to let you know that the foundation is here to care for you. My role is as a ministry relations officer is to help congregations build a culture of generosity, and that is through stewardship, investments, looking at planned giving. And so I'm available even by Zoom to meet with you. If you feel comfortable meeting in person, we can go out to lunch and talk about more of how the foundation can help you with stewardship in this obviously very stressful time. We want to walk beside you as a church to make sure that those on-ramps, so to speak, to your stewardship and to your church's culture of generosity is built and can be maintained very well in regards to your giving. One of the things that I want to, actually two things I want to highlight is on November 16th at 10 o'clock Pacific time, the foundation is sponsoring through their New Covenant Trust Company a webinar on social responsible investing. Many of you know that our funds are invested in socially responsible investments, and they have positive screenings and they have negative screenings. And we're going to be talking about those aspects of social responsible investing. So what you can do is go to presbyterianfoundation.org website and register for that. The recording is going to be recorded, or the webinar will be recorded. And if you're a registrant, then it will also be given to you. So that's 10 o'clock a.m. on Tuesday, November 16th. And then also just one item I think of importance to the church during the end of the year giving is highlighting how people can give by their IRA. The IRA charitable transfer is a great way to make a gift to a mission of your church and the ministry of your church that one cares about. Many people have IRAs that are connected with a brokerage firm, and what they can do is they can give a percentage of their required minimum distribution. They can give an amount directly to the church. And it's an easy process. All you need to do is call your financial manager and say, I want to give this amount to my church, and they'll have you fill out a form, and that amount will go directly to the church. It fulfills two things. One is you get the joy of giving, which is very important. It's not about the church receiving, it's about the giver giving. And then also you get a tax benefit. You don't have to pay tax on that amount of your IRA. So as you're looking at end of the year giving, again, think of on-ramps for your church to give in regards to the ministry of your church, and donors and individuals as well. Stocks, highlight those as well during your offering time, whether that's virtual or even online on your website. So those are the things that we can talk about in regards to end of the year giving. So I am here, and my contact information, my phone number is 509-521-5400. I'll put this in the chat box. And my email is rob.hagan, Hagan, at presbyterianfoundation.org. So Madam Moderator, this ends my report. Thank you so much.
Rob, thank you for being with us and for being available to us. So
absolutely.
Much appreciated. The next report is from Mark Smith, Presbyterian Federal Chaplaincies.
Thank you so much for giving me time during your meeting. Presbyterian Federal Chaplaincies, formerly known as Presbyterian Council on Chaplains and Military Personnel, that all may serve in peace. I'm Mark Smith, another Mark Smith, a recently retired Navy chaplain, though I'm still an active teaching elder. And along with my fellow co-director, Doug Slater, and executive director, Lyman Smith, we represent Presbyterian Federal Chaplaincies. Now, because the government doesn't sponsor religion, they need religious denominations to endorse ministers in good standing to be trained to function as chaplains in federal institutions, because those institutions owe that support to those that serve in those institutions. We endorse ministers from 4 Presbyterian denominations for that service. There are several in your midst, some serving in Veterans Affairs, or serving churches after they have left federal institutions, or serving as reservists or National Guard right now. And you also have a surprising number of veterans in your churches. What I need to tell you is we need more chaplains. All sectors are growing and open for ministry. The Navy is putting chaplains on every ship with over 300 crew. They don't have enough. Commanders are asking for more chaplains. Commanders, line officers, asking for more chaplains, and the same is happening in the Air Force and the Army. Federal Bureau of Prisons has numerous openings. Veterans Affairs has openings, as well as the Civil Air Patrol. We endorse for all these federal institutions. Our chaplains are critical to ministry in this period of history. More and more people are not a part of organized churches. Chaplains are the vanguard of Matthew 25 ministry. Who visited the first quarantine cruise ship passengers allowed ashore at the beginning of the pandemic? It was our chaplains. National Guard chaplains support vaccine clinics and even care for the most sick, even in civilian hospitals. But all the time, our chaplains are in the prisons, they're in the hospitals, they're looking for the lost with the Civil Air Patrol and the Coast Guard, and they're defending those who cannot defend themselves. Federal chaplains are no burden on church finances. They are financed by the institution that hires them. Chaplains who are reserve and guard right now are proven means to assist presbyteries in underfunded churches because they have another source of income. Retired chaplains are proven contributors to church and presbytery success. But to have these federal chaplains and to promote their success and care, we must have a robust Presbyterian federal chaplaincy. We recruit them, we train them, we support them, we celebrate them, we provide pastoral care for these servants. In fact, I'm here in Portland, and I know most of you are not, but I'm here in Portland because I'm at the end of a 10-day swing visiting 11 chaplains and their families. Seeing our chaplains where they are and supporting them there is one of our priorities. But currently, we have no full-time employees. We have no office support. We have run a deficit for the last 3 years. We must do more in recruiting and support. We need your help. And the first thing I'd ask for is that you would pray for this ministry, but also that you would pray for your veterans and for your chaplains and for good ministers to answer this call. But I'd also encourage you to support your veterans. In fact, we're in the middle of developing a liturgical and seasons of life helps for congregations to understand what our active military and our veterans face and what they need. We would even welcome your help in developing some of those. So let me know if you're interested. Even better, become a partnering congregation. Less than half of our support comes from our 4 denominations. 20% comes from the chaplains themselves in voluntary donations. Nearly a third of our support comes from partnering churches. Our annual budget, $244,000. Our overhead is about $8,000. Even though the government expects an administrative function from us, that's why we exist, to endorse, 95% of our budget is spent on ministry. Those who serve in the military, those who have served our nation in the past, those who are in prison and hospitals, those who are lost, they need messengers of the good news called to this unique and challenging ministry. Help us make sure they have them. And I'll put information in your in the chat as well. Thank you.
Mark, thank you for your report and for being with us at our meeting today.
Quite glad to. Thank you.
So I know we're running a little behind schedule. We're going to keep moving through our docket. The next item of business is the Commission on Ministry report given by Lauren Bostwick, Chair of the Coordinating Commission. Lauren, are you ready for your report?
I am, Madam Moderator. Thank you. You will note that on page 31 in your documents is the beginning of the Commission on Ministry report. It goes on for a number of pages outlining the things that have transpired over the last 3 months by each of the regional COMs for your reading. And today we would like to use the time that we have for our report to share a little bit with you about a continuing conversation that has been going on in the Presbytery about equal opportunity employment on the part of churches and the presbytery and COM's role in that. And so I'm going to turn the floor over now to Greg.
Yeah.
Yes, and let him make the rest of our report.
Thank you, Lauren, and hello, everybody. I'm Greg Flack from Lake Grove Pres in Lake Oswego. And as Lauren said, we'll get to the equal employment opportunity and affirmative action stuff in just a moment. But on behalf of the COM Coordinating Committee and the 4 regional commissions on ministry, I just would like to try to give voice to some of the things that we are doing. And I hope that you will look at something that's repeatedly in our papers that kind of describes what the COM is about. And I sort of feel like our report ought to have come before that discussion that we had about changing the bylaws, because I hope that these few words will encourage you in regard to what your commissions on ministry do. Of course, we have 4 of them for each region. And if you look at page 31 there, does a great job of summarizing what we do, and I'll trust you to read that at your convenience. But I would just simply like to add that as we try to function as liaisons to pastors and congregations, it is our desire not to meddle in the life of congregations, but to be a friendly representation of our presbytery and, of course, of the Lord Jesus Christ. We are the body of Christ, trying to be in supportive touch with our churches and their pastors. And not only congregations and pastors, but also our teaching elders who are in validated ministries. And we discover as we have our contact with congregations that there continues to be some suspicion out there that the COM is there to impose policy and procedures on our members. But as we heard earlier this afternoon from our Synod executive, Nancy, we are not here to impose things on our members, but really we just want to come alongside pastors and congregations in an encouraging way according to their respective needs. So what Lauren was referring to, you will find on page 32. This is something that is not normally in our papers. It's a portion of our COM manual that relates to equal employment opportunity and affirmative action. And again, I'll not read that information to you, but on behalf of our regional commissions, we just want to assure you that we adhere to the policies of our larger church when we're supporting congregations as they seek pastors. That is, that we take seriously our denomination's commitment to the principle of inclusiveness and of diversity. And we actually, as liaisons, when we're in conversation with a pastor nominating committee or search teams that are looking for pastors of non-installed positions, we apply the procedures that you can see in the policy. And at the end of that process, there is an equal employment opportunity report form that we use that serves as a kind of accountability in this process. And so I think I would say that the upshot of our compliance with these guidelines is that though all of us together do ministry in a predominantly white region, and though our pastoral positions are still filled mostly by males, about 2 to 1 in our region, our congregations are consistently considering persons, to use the language of the EEO ministry report form, persons who are of minority race/ethnic groups or female, or over 49 years of age, or single, or with disability. That's the language there. They're considering these kind of people for pastoral and staff positions. And as a side note, kind of personally from me, I think these criteria should probably be reviewed for revision. As I was reading them, in the case of our presbytery, looking for pastors over the age of 49 will not lead to greater diversity, right? Nonetheless, the statistics that we have been pulling together are somewhat encouraging, especially with regard to growth in the number of ordained women in our presbytery. Clark Scalera tells me, for example, that since 2017, 43 new ministers have come to Cascades, of which 17 are male and 26 are female. And also that at least 5 of those 43 new ministers fit additional categories of diversity according to our policies. It's not always easy to tell to what extent we are in compliance, because of course we don't ask people about how they fit these criteria. We don't ask them about their age or racial ethnic background or disabilities, etc. Clark has updated some related statistics for our presbytery.
Craig, you are muted, Greg. Sorry.
At what point did you lose me?
Just maybe 30 seconds ago.
Okay, well, did you hear me talk about the difficulty of being in compliance with our criteria?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'd like to tell you is that Clark has uploaded a new document in our presbytery papers. It's number 15, and it's called COM Supplemental Statistics on Ministers, Ordinations, and Conversions. And by conversions, we mean converting pastoral positions, not converting to Christ, although we hope that statistic would be very high as well. Added today in the background papers for those of you who are interested. To close, I would just say I'm delighted to see that our stated clerk is pulling together the COM regional chairs and the EEO and affirmative action team for an upcoming conversation. That's great. We are always open to the input of the Committee on Representation, because though we live in a very white region, we would like to enhance our success in achieving greater diversity in leadership in our congregations. And I think that concludes the Commission on Ministries report, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for all your time and attention. The next report comes from the Personnel and Administration Committee and is presented by Chair Lisa Snodderly. Lisa, are you ready?
I am ready. Hi, everybody. You hear me okay?
Yes.
We already reviewed the terms of call, so we don't need to do that. It was part of the consent agenda. And I am excited to let all of you know that we have completed our search for the communications manager. We have extended an offer, and that offer has been accepted. We have hired Kelly Dixon. She has most recently served as a supply pastor at Lake Grove. She brings both passion and vision for the identified work that we're looking for, and the search team was united in her selection. She will start the 15-hour per week non-benefited position on November 29th. Once on board, she'll help us kind of figure out the next steps for that second position, which, if you remember, was slated or is slated to be approximately 5 hours per week. And it's more of a technical position, which sounds like we maybe could have used today. I want to thank, with heartfelt thanks, honestly, the search team, which consisted of Sherry Elliott, Tim Caton, Sarah Sanderson Dowdy, Brian Heron, and myself. We had a great applicant pool, really big numbers, and we're really excited about this hire. Are there any questions on that before I hand the next section over to Brian Heron? If you don't see anything, Vicki, then Brian is going to recognize Steve Parker for a few minutes here with us.
And yes, and I believe that Kelly is with us. Is there a way to recognize her? Can we get her on the screen? If she speaks, I think that may work, right?
Yeah.
Kelly, can you unmute and just say hi? There you are. Yay.
There I am. Hi.
So everybody say hello to Kelly. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be in this, taking on this new role and to partner with the team. And it was a really fun and just exciting process to go through. And I think Brian and I agreed after our time of interviewing together, it just felt like the Lord was in the midst of that conversation. So really excited to be with you all.
Hello, Kelly.
Hello.
Great to have Kelly on board. She'll start here just in a couple of weeks. So while we're very excited that Kelly will be coming on board, we also want to thank Steve Parker for an amazing time of service as our interim communications coordinator. He actually came on in 2015 as a volunteer, working with technology and communications, helping out. And then we found really the need for him to be as a consultant. And so he consulted for, I think, almost a year and a half before he was then hired on as our interim communications coordinator. And so he held down that interim role for four full years as we figured out where we were going with our communications. I need to report to you, though, while I'm thankful for our staff today, they have really stepped in. Vicki and Dwayne and Paul, they needed to step in because Steve was hospitalized last night. And he had emergency surgery. He is home and recovering today, and we were hoping to be able to recognize him here and thank him. So I do want to say a little bit about him. And before I finish, I'll also put his email in the chat so you can give him well wishes and thank him for his service to us here. Many of the things that Steve did, he really covered a lot of ground in this position. He's the one that put our website together, our current website, and managed that. Our Facebook page. Every single week, there's anywhere from 5 to 7 articles that go out in the Cascade Connections, and he's in charge of organizing that and sometimes putting the narrative together for that. A big part of the job that happens 3 times a year is all the work of supporting the technology of the Presbyterian meeting. And thankfully, he was actually able to put most of that together during the prior weeks before he took ill yesterday. Also, he's done a lot with our office technology, consulting basically as we had needs around the office and helping us out with that. But 2 of the things that he also brought that were special gifts, I think, because of who Steve is, especially in the last couple of years, he made his way to a number of different congregations and helped them out with their technology, as most of our churches need to have online formats, and he stepped in literally with numerous congregations to help them putting those things together, understanding what they could afford with their budget. And then the other thing that he's done, which really was a great gift, was going to many of our congregations and interviewing people, pastors, members, putting videos together to highlight the ministries of our congregations. So we do have a gift for him that we were going to present, and we will make sure that gets to him, but do keep him in prayers even as we offer prayers of gratitude for the 6 years of both volunteer and paid service with us. And I will put his email in the chat here. That concludes our report.
Thank you all, and welcome, Kelly. So we are at the time for the dinner break, but it's also the appointed time for the Commission on Preparation for Ministry. I am going to say we're going to take just a few minutes break to stretch our legs, and we will be back at at five before. Sorry, that clock hasn't been changed yet. I was trying to calculate the time. 5 before 6. Thanks.
You can pay attention to our screen. We're celebrating congregations and the things they've done in the past year that we've received through reports of the Session Records Review while you enjoy your quick break.
Circle me, oh God. Let your arms enfold me. Circle me, oh God. Let your love surround. Circle me, oh God. Let your light shine brightly. Circle me. Circle me, oh God. Circle me, oh God, when I'm weak and weary. Circle me, oh God, when despair is near. Circle me, oh God, let your peace surround me. Circle me, circle me, oh God. Circle me, oh God, when I'm tired and restless. Circle me, oh God, be my hope, my strength. Circle me, oh God, let your presence guide me. Circle me, circle me, oh God.
Thank you for that background music, Sharon. That was lovely and a good reminder. We are now at the time for the Commission on Preparation for Ministry. The moderator recognizes Chair Brad Kent to present the report.
Madam Moderator, fellow presbyters, it's a joy to be here. So much of our presbytery meeting can be compared to a nice hoppy IPA or a rich dark porter, but this is time for champagne because we are truly celebrating something that is a culmination of a long process that brings only a happy result, and that is in presenting someone to you for ordination. Are we going to put the motion up on the screen, or are we going to wait? Yes, here is the action that is going to be proposed. And in order to do that, I'm going to introduce Paulette Mixon Weller, who is Alexander's liaison person, to introduce to you. I would point out that the great success of our committee is in the liaison relationships that we have between inquirers and candidates and their liaison, and that those are what make our committee's work exciting, invigorating, and ultimately successful. We're not simply a clearinghouse. We really work with the people that are entrusted to us so that we have of being ready for ordination. So anyway, Paulette, I turn it over to you to introduce Alexander.
Well, by a long process, he means a really long process. Alexander started seminary in 1984 and has been working ever since on aiming toward ordination. His path was made a lot easier with the denomination becoming more inclusive. And he is here with us today, and he's excited. And when he shows up, you'll see that he has some crosses on his wall that he has made. He's very creative, and you'll learn more about him during the examination. So Alexander.
Okay.
Is
Ready?
Alexander here?
Alexander, you are welcome to read your statement of faith.
Alexander here. Clark, do you know?
Moderator, I show Alexander is in attendance. Alexander, if you could unmute and maybe share your video, that would help. But I do show him in attendance, but he's having trouble. Many people have had trouble staying in this meeting, I noticed. So I think there's just something going on. It's challenging. So hopefully.
Hope you're muted it, Paul.
Hopefully Alexander can find his way to the front of the virtual room.
Paul and Vicky, I'm actually on the phone with Alexander. He's having trouble. It's saying the host is not allowing him to turn on his video nor unmute himself. So I can stay on the line and try to help him troubleshoot that, but it may take an administrator on the account to figure out how to let him in.
Okay, Paul's looking at it.
I do have a story to tell if we have time for it.
Is it a story about Alexander?
No, it has nothing to do with Alexander. It's just, I'm just trying to fill in the time. So,
oh, okay.
No, nothing about Alexander.
I could say more about Alexander, Brad, if you like.
Do, please.
It has been a real joy to work with Alexander. And, there have been some ups and downs, but he's stayed with it. And it's been such a long journey. And it's really exciting that he's at this point. He's a great chaplain and very kind and compassionate. If you have the chance to talk with him, and very, like if you're 5 minutes late, he wants to know why and what is going on in your life, and very compassionate.
I'm wondering if we could consider the overture to General Assembly while we wait on this.
I think we should.
Okay. So we will keep working toward Alexander participating in the meeting. But in the meantime, let's move to the overture to General Assembly if Linda Buckley is available.
I am.
Okay, thank you.
I'm ready to be on. I'm poised to action.
Okay.
And it's
the-
late.
And the
So,
slide is
um,
here. So,
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm the mission elder at Westminster Presbyterian in Portland, and it's my pleasure to present the action item that you can see on your screen. So I won't read it for you. I'm a visual learner anyway, but this overture that you see in front of you was already approved by the Presbytery of Baltimore and is being considered for vote in 2 other presbyteries in Washington, D.C. and San Antonio, Texas. So more background on this is on page 77 of your documents, but I just am going to highlight because of the late hour, and I think you're going to support this. I hope so. But there's a lot in how we use our words. There's a lot that can be shaped by our words, and it's very important that we make this change for the following reasons. We want to keep up with science. Science shows us the best practices and research from the CDC, which we've been hearing a lot from them lately. HIV is the virus and AIDS is the result of the virus, causing severe immune system damage. In fact, the best terminology is people living with HIV. Number 2, we really want to practice equitable, destigmatizing treatment of those suffering a chronic condition. As with COVID, our brothers and sisters of color are disproportionately affected. For instance, in 2019, of the 1.2 million HIV positive folks, 43% were African American. And we know that poverty and lack of access to proper health care impacts people of color, especially. And also the Deep South, which we have a lot of Presbyterians in the Deep South, there's twice the rate of HIV positive folks. Number 3 is greater acceptance and openness will result in more people getting tested and treated. So, and that 13%, we estimate, don't even know that they are HIV positive. So it's just the right thing to do. I have more information, but I'm going to stop there, Madam Moderator, and see if there's any questions on what we're trying to overture from Presbytery of the Cascades.
and are there questions for Linda? Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's good
You
that I
did a-
stopped when I did.
So the motion is to overture the 225th General Assembly to change the use of the term AIDS for HIV in all awareness days recognized on the Presbyterian planning calendar. This change would be made only on national awareness days, not international. There is a question in the chat on why not international.
Uh-oh. I don't have an answer for that, but I'm guessing, I'm hypothesizing that it's to start with the US, and that would be a great start for this change. But Beth Outerson, who was actually one of our GA representatives at the last General Assembly, and is from our church, she's on the National Presbyterian HIV Network, and the impetus for this is coming out of that body, and they're the ones who decided on national, not international. I'm sorry, I don't have the answer.
That's fine. Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised, I'm going to take that as a sign you're ready to vote. We will vote using the Zoom poll, which will appear on your screen shortly. The vote is on the motion to send the overture to the 225th General Assembly. Those in favor of sending the overture will select yes, and those opposed will select no. The stated clerk will now display the poll to the screen. The poll will be closing soon. If you haven't already done so, click the submit button on the bottom of the poll. The poll is closed. The stated clerk will display the poll and declare the number of votes for and against the motion.
Moderator, there's 107 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative.
The majority is in the affirmative and the motion is adopted. Thank you. Have we been able to get Andrew into the meeting?
Alexander is here.
Alexander, sorry. He's here. Wonderful. Okay. Alexander, welcome, and I invite you to read your statement of faith.
Thank you for
There you are.
this encouragement and this opportunity. Can everyone see me?
No.
Yeah.
In my journey of faith, I've come to recognize that my tale is that of my forebears. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
My forebears who have trodden this course before me, which I follow, they who in their founding creeds and confessions have succinctly instructed us in our belief of God, the creator of heaven and provider of earth, and in Jesus Christ, his Son, our Lord, who is our teacher and reconciler in God. Our forefathers and foremothers have instructed us in our belief of the Holy Spirit, the Holy Universal Church, our life here on earth and beyond. Like those who have gone before me, I've learned of their tale as I make my own mistakes and celebrate my own accomplishments. It becomes partly theirs as I make it partly mine. So it becomes twice told tale, recognizing that none of us stand alone on our journey of faith. My trust in God the Creator is a twice told tale. It's one of my forebears as it becomes my own. It is one of God who watches over me as God does all people on this earth. It is of God as a parent who watches over their beloved children, even when we do not recognize God's image in ourselves and in others. It's a twice told tale that calls me, as God had called Israel to be God's covenant people. It is God who guides us in strength and shelters us in love. My tale reminds me of a living God who reigns with grace and mercy. My twice told tale of faith is of Jesus Christ, who was the Word, which existed with God at the beginning. He was promised to the people of Israel through the words of the prophet and became human and living among us, revealing the kingdom of God. It is a tale of my recognition of Jesus Christ's life, of teaching, preaching, acts of kindness and healing, and his death on the cross and resurrection. Christ provides an example of love that calls us to be obedient and reconciliation that enables us to respond personally to God's love. It's a tale of Christ who leads the world out of brokenness and our own brokenness in renewed relationship with God, from whom all things come. My twice told tale of spirit is in my own spirit, recognizing the Holy Spirit, as have others. It moves through all, and with the breath breathed into humanity at the beginning of time, it's a spirit which has enabled me, as all children of God, to be filled with the great truth that God abides with us. My twice told tale is a reflection of the Spirit who inspires the prophets and the apostles, that makes God more accessible to the heart and imagination of us all. It is the Spirit who continually transforms us to participate in God's grace and continually refresh our understanding of God's truth in the Word. My twice told tale of the observance of Christian worship echoes and celebrates God's establishment of the church as a covenant community of worshiping believers. We respond to God's word, which we receive through the Spirit of Jesus Christ. It is a tale of learning to celebrate the invisible gifts of God's grace, found as sacraments of baptism and Eucharist. It is a tale that resounds the call heard by our forefathers and our foremothers to serve as instruments of God's purpose in the world, to promote justice and peace in God's name, and to call all humanity to be reconciled to God, to one another as our daily task and challenge. These understandings rest with me now as they have grown during my youth into adulthood. I rely upon them at times of distress and difficulties, as I have at times of celebration of joy. They have enabled me to hear the Spirit within me when called by God, to guide me to be a better person and to follow the scriptures concerning Jesus, which continues to be an inspiring now as they were then. I continue to listen to the ever small voice within, which constantly reminds me that God walks with me as with all, and to be thankful for the continued gifts of the day. I have been blessed to feel God's unconditional love and to be guided daily as a chaplain by the Spirit to look for the Spirit in all with whom I sojourn. My trust in the Trinity and the doctrines of the Church is a twice told tale. It is one of my forebears as it becomes my own. It is a tale to be shared in word and deed, so it may go on.
Alexander, thank you for your statement. Before going to the raised hands of those of you who would like to ask questions, the moderator recognizes CPM member Paulette Mixon-Weller to ask the first question.
Alexander, can you share your favorite Bible verse with us?
I think they're kind of joined together. My favorite Bible verse is Deuteronomy 6:5. And you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might or strength. And I think that relates to the passage in Luke 27, where Christ is speaking after the Samaritans, and there's also the to love your neighbor as yourself. I think that's probably the most guiding passage that I have kind of built my ministry on, my concept of ministry to others, and also my chaplaincy.
Thank you. Christine.
Hi, Alexander. I'm glad to see you here today.
Could
you share with us what you think is your gift to ministry in being called to the chaplaincy?
Wow. I think one of my greatest gifts it has been developed during my time in as a chaplain. The opportunities to be able to hear people's stories, to listen to them, to help recognize their journey, but also the spirit within. Sometimes the sadness, and sometimes the need for forgiveness. I think it's a very familiar aspect of us being human and us being continually saved and renewed.
Audrey?
Alexander, it's been a joy for our church to have you under care of this session and to have you serve on staff a couple of years ago. And we saw at that time your pastoral care gifts. I was struck by something in your statement of faith, just the line where you said you were guided daily as a chaplain by the Spirit, and wondered if you might share with us a time where you've had that sense of the Spirit's presence with you in an interaction you've had with someone in your chaplaincy. Thanks.
I will tell you that the common phrase that I use among my coworkers is sometimes we need to remember to leave room for the Spirit. There are opportunities sometimes when you're called to go to a nursing home for a patient, in my case, hospice, and you get there, they're resting, and the attendant will say, "Oh, she's just gone to sleep. Can you come back tomorrow?" And so in the process of leaving, somewhere in the facility, maybe in the front courtyard, you recognize somebody who just needs someone to sit with them, someone to be with them. And I call that being guided by the Spirit. For me, that sometimes you're called to a situation, but the Spirit really is guiding you to another situation, somebody of greater need. I don't know how to explain it, but sometimes it's instinctive. Sometimes it's in the eye contact. Sometimes it's in the body positioning, but sometimes you just know that the Spirit's kind of led you to that place, but not to the person you thought.
Sarah.
Thanks. And thanks for your statement, and a delight in this moment for you. As a good follow-up to Audrey, I really appreciated the attention you paid to pneumatology in your statement, and your note that, certainly it seems that with Ruach being breath, as well as Spirit, that there's a sense in which everything that lives, right, has the Spirit. And yet there's also this sense in Scripture that the Spirit is activated in a particular way or gifted in a particular way in the life of Christian faith. And so I just wonder how you hold those things together and how, how that plays out in your ministry.
I think the sense of, for me, that all those are one, that you spoke of, in the sense of the Spirit. That's something I think is a very powerful thing in all of our lives. For me, it's guiding my sense of permitting me to forgive myself. For me, it's helping me recognize the words I need to hear when I read the scriptures. For me, to know that that sense of Ruach is ever constant and breathed into us. I work also sometimes at St. Vincent's Hospital, where life comes and goes. And sometimes I really do feel the Spirit is with me when I walk through the floors and people share with me unexpectedly, because that I'm there, they feel that I'm their chaplain, that they recognize I'm not only the chaplain to the patients and the patient's family, but also that I'm their chaplain, and they feel comfortable. I don't know if I answered the question as you asked. If I didn't.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
Smith?
Yes. Paulette asked you about your favorite Bible verse. I think I'd like you to reflect on the tough parts. Frederick Buechner would have called doubt the ants in the pants of faith. So I guess I'm wondering, where are your ants crawling? And what keeps you asking questions and struggling and wrestling with
I think for Buechner, I think that struggles the ants in the pants. For me, it's call. I accepted my call a long time ago. I accepted my call in the midst of graduating from college. I ended up working as a volunteer in mission at Ghost Ranch for a summer, and then working campus ministry in Corvallis for a year, type of stuff. the ants in the pants is you don't know whether it's how big a gift it is when you're in the throes of trying to figure it out. But it's a cherished aspect of, like, I would say, spirit, to know that you're being guided. I struggle when I see other people struggling. If you're asking about struggle, I had a patient who was willing to jump on any type of experimental cancer treatment, and he just wasn't going to be a good candidate. And so I finally asked him, why do you want to go through all this? And he said, you know what? My wife was the best Christian ever, and he did not come to Christ too much later in life. And his own sense of who he wasn't a good enough Christian. And he struggled with that. And he was fearful that he was not going to see his wife in heaven because he couldn't reach. And when you're a chaplain, you can't really talk about a lot of amorphic things. So I said, you know what? God leans towards you. God closes that gap. It's like a tree branch reaching down. And I said, it's not about how good you are. It's the acceptance of Christ in your life and recognizing your value as a child of God. And he didn't accept it, and he didn't acknowledge it. It was kind of a gift of imagery that I was trying to help him reach, that he doesn't have to reach on his tiptoes, that God reaches down. But he was assured that he was not worthy, and that was my angst of seeing him struggle. And so that's one of the times I struggle when other people struggle.
Thank you.
Jeff Sievert.
Alexander, thank you for your statement of faith, and thank you for being on the front lines of life and death. We appreciate that. I know I should know the reference, Twice Told Tale. Could you please just remind me why I should know that and why it's important in your statement of faith?
Basically, they have a class at seminary how to write these things. For me, it was kind of hard, and then I've been on the process for since seminary, taking my ordination exams and whatnot, and I've had to read over the confessions quite often for the exams, and a lot of other aspects for the exams, the worship and polity, and I realized that none of us have gotten here on our own type of stuff, and I had to recognize that's not. Everybody tells their tale, but I've listened to other people's statement of faith, but I can't. And honestly, I cannot, with integrity, say this is. If I didn't mention that Twice Told Tale, that wouldn't be my statement of faith, because I've been helped along the way through elderly Sunday school teachers and choir directors and grandparents. And I keep thinking, I'm not really just telling my tale. I'm telling the tales that have been told to me. So for me, it's a twice told tale. That's generally how I imagine it. It's like somebody whispering something in your ear and holding on to it until you find the right time to tell it to somebody else, type of stuff. So for me, it is a twice told tale. It's not always initiating or originating from myself.
Lori Newman.
Hello, Alexander. I apologize. My camera quit talking to my computer. But it is a delight after all these years to see you at this place. And we met in Chicago at the beginning for both of us.
Yeah.
I want I would love if you could explain how you developed your process of your art, and how does art, how is it connected to your spirituality and faith?
Initially, I was in Hood River over Christmas holiday making snowflakes on somebody's dining room table. And basically there was a lot of paper waste. And so I developed a technique of just using one disc of paper, making cuts into the paper, then opening up the object and making folds. So all the holes that you see are not cutaway paper. And then just recently, I've been able to utilize that. That is one disc of black paper. If you were to unfold the folds, it goes back to being just one disc of black paper. Mm-hmm. And so for me, I was able to develop, I mean, just by the Spirit of God, I have no idea where it came from. It was honestly inspired in me and something I worked on, just paper after paper. Each piece is a little different. Each piece is inspired. Each piece, you know, encourages me to try something new. But that's something that I've developed just over time. It's a technique that I developed, and it's a gift that I kind of I share. And these ones that I'm holding up to you are like, for me, my concept of bookmarks, you know, for Bible or bookmarks, because we never know the small things that we do and how they change our lives until we open that up. And we work with the small cuts and incisions, and you know, you can see them as marks, but when you start shaping it and folding it, sometimes it turns into something beautiful. And I enabled myself from making snowflakes to make a lot of mistakes, you know, and I gave a kind of class to adult women from the church, and they were excited because it's just one piece of paper, but what beauty comes out of just one piece of paper? I mean, it's no more than cuts and folds. And I think that's sometimes us, that sometimes just changing a little bit, trying new things, bending when we wouldn't normally, reshape our lives. It's surprising what wonderful things come out of it. And you know, it is inspired. I have no idea why I started it. I have no idea, you know, why it was important to me. But it is, I will tell you, it's a very Zen process. People ask you, how long did you make this? And you keep thinking, I have no idea. I just started making it, and it could have been 2 hours. It could have been, you know, 4. But for me, it's that comforting, quiet time that your soul is at rest and your hands are just being guided.
Stacia Van Buskirk.
Thank you. Sorry, I've been having some technical issues. First of all, Alexander, I'm really excited to meet you as a retired chaplain. It's great to see chaplaincy going forth. And I'm also been an origami artist. Oh. So I feel like kindred spirit. What I wanted to ask is, the one thing that I found in doing chaplaincy is, who are your people? And otherwise, who are the people that support you? So when you are, either you need to decompress, or you need to sort things out, you can't do that by yourself. So who is your support team?
I have got a great hospice support team. I work for Providence, and there must be, I'm trying to think how many there are, 7 of us, 8 of us, and then there's 3 people in Medford for Providence. One of those people is in Hood River. I think there's no greater difficulty in the world than finding a place to work where you love the people you work with. I mean, that's kind of brings about the joy. You know, people always say, if you really love what you're doing, it's not work. And so I think that's definitely true. I've got a really great supervisor. I'm a little quirky. I'm a little dysfunctional, have a learning disability, and she's able to work with that. And she doesn't give up on me. And I'm very proud of her for sticking to it. I've been fortunate. My supervisor in Hood River is a super guy. There are chaplains at St. Vincent's that I tune with that just make themselves available. So I've been graced in that way to have good people to go to, and I've got a great mentor that helped me get through my ordination exams, and she's got a great listening ear, and so I appreciate her greatly, and she's got a good listening ear. So it's just good.
Well, take care of yourself on your journey.
Thank you.
Karen.
Hi, Alexander.
Hi, Sharon.
Who knew 38 years ago when we were on college staff together at Ghost Ranch that both of us were wrestling with that. Oh my gosh, are we good enough, smart enough to be a pastor in the Presbyterian Church? So first of all, I want to say welcome aboard. And what I'm noticing about you is your ability to notice. And I hope that the next time Presbyterian gets together physically or a pastor's retreat, that you bring that gift of paper and cutting and gracefulness for us to experience as a spiritual practice as well. And so I just want to say welcome aboard, and I would like to call the question.
Thank you, Sharon.
And I hope to have some time with you. I'll come up to Salem and meet with you. That would be
I mean, who knew? I mean, well, I knew you would back then, but I was surprised how many people from our group went into the ministry.
Yeah. So thanks. Wonderful to hear you. I know many of us are very inspired, and I think I used the correct language to call the question, meaning, can we vote now?
You want to end the examination.
I move that we end the examination, as delightful as it has been and would continue to be.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. The motion is undebatable and requires a 2/3 vote to end the examination. We will vote by Zoom poll, which will appear on your screen shortly. The vote is on the motion to end the examination. Those in favor of ending the examination will select yes, and those opposed will select no. The stated clerk will now display the poll to the screen.
Do I get to vote too? It came up.
Okay, the poll will soon be closing. If you haven't done so, click the submit button at the bottom of the poll. The poll is closed. The stated clerk will display the poll and declare the number of votes for and against the motion.
Moderator, there are 101 votes in favor in the affirmative and 1 vote in the negative.
The majority is in the affirmative. It's over 2/3, so the examination is ended. So Alexander, in just a moment, you'll be asked to enter a breakout room, and the live stream will be stopped as we enter